and see how much it fucking lags. A lot, apparently. It seems to work. It did lag quite a bit that time. Oh my god, the screen's everywhere. Hello and welcome to day 17 of the Design. We are here for the live stream, and I just need to fix the screen because I look really strange on it. Like my whole screen is zoomed.
I want to see what this looks. What does this look?
You'll see it soon because it'll pop up. Oh my god, I can just see my eyes.
Yeah, it's just on the calendar right now.
Yeah, but whilst I fix this, I just like to say that this is a live stream. This is a EDAR number 3.
Oh my god.
It looks pretty weird, eh? This is EDAR number 3, and oh my god, everything is freezing up on me. Is it all good? Can you still hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good.
That's why I switched it to Singapore.
Okay, I'm just completely, everything's just, it's all on fire right now, isn't it? But we'll, oh my god. We'll get this sorted. But whilst I do all this fiddly shit, patreon.com/GenesisEvangelizani if you'd like to contribute to the channel. It's very obvious I need a better computer, otherwise shit like this happens. As you can see, it's really weird and awkward. Twitter.com/GenesisEvangelizani. I put up a today saying like for one favorite story, so if you want to see me talk about this kind of stuff, then give it a like and I'll have to add one to that list. There's a bunch of other stuff too, some very toxic conversations that go on, as you all know. But that's just sort of how we roll on that. Right, I've just got to go back to the list because I keep forgetting what's on this. That's all the plugs, personally. But we will be watching a little clip first that I'll do as soon as I get this all loaded up. As Matt Mahmood says, Connor's reacting to the unbridled rage of Hellbent, right? Yes, that is correct. That is correct. You've guessed right. That's one of the things we'll be doing on this. I've been waiting so long for this. Callum, you're in the comments and you're here as well. What's going on?
Yes, I'm on both. Interactions with everyone.
Yeah. It's like, I don't know how... It's like Mark Ruffalo's live streamed Thor Ragnarok, you know?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Hey guys, at the new movie, and I won't turn my phone off. I'll just keep it going. Are you gonna have video on, or are you gonna be audio only?
No, because it's EDAR. It's EDAR.
Oh, but I've got videos on, Callum.
Oh.
We're not exactly the same as
well, last time we didn't, and then we didn't.
Yeah. But I like having video. It's just my personal. I mean, it's strange because I've got a much shitter computer, yet I'm the one that's doing video.
That's just your opinion.
Oh well, you don't have to turn video on, but it's gonna be like.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm going EDAR.
Oh well, I'm gonna have video on, because that's how we roll here. I mean, although I suppose, it depends on whether or not if it's just gonna be us for the whole stream. If there's anyone else that's going to be on it, then it will be weird because then I have to readjust the videos. But I'm not sure if that's going to even happen at all. So I'll just keep it the way it is right now because I don't want to fiddle anymore. So, first thing we're going to get into, just before that, if any of you watching have any questions for us, we'll do Q&As and all that throughout the whole stream because that's how these live streams roll. Happy to answer questions. But before that, before we talk about all the meaty stuff, we've got a small clip to watch. I'm not exactly sure if it's doable on watch together because it's on Twitter, right? Not YouTube, Callum?
Well, you can download the video quickly. It's not. I've actually got the video, so I could actually probably just send it to you on. Just give me a minute.
Okay. How long is that going to take?
Shouldn't take long. There we go.
Well, whilst Callum does that, I will talk about this shirt that I'm wearing, which my dad got when he was in India, and it's painted. It's not actually printed. Some guy actually painted this on the shirt.
Oh wow, that's cool.
It's pretty cool.
There we go. The video's in the chat.
So even though this is an EDAR podcast, there is a bit of Star Wars leaking in there, as that is a hot topic at the moment. Oh yes, EFAP approved. Okay, so if I press the play button, what happens?
Hello, me and my
If you press
friends.
the play button,
Okay. So if I go, I'm just gonna I'll just
Can
download
you
it.
not-
I'll just download it because I don't want to.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You should
upset
download it.
I don't want to upset the Discord thing, you know. If it's possible for me to download it. Oh, there it is. It's downloading.
Yes, Asma, it is currently 6:38 a.m.
Just for context, just watched an episode of a certain TV show, and it was probably the best piece of media I've ever consumed. It was also directed by Ryan Johnson. What the fuck? So, you watched an episode of TV that was which was directed by Ryan Johnson. It was the best piece of media you've ever consumed. I can't quite put in my head what that is, Callum.
What has Ryan Johnson?
I mean, he certainly knows how to make a pretty visual. Laughs in 3 a.m. Glad there were riots going on and no school for the week. Riots? Is there in the Caribbean, wherever you are? I think it's you're in the Caribbean, right, Game Troller Prime? I think you said.
Oh, he directed 3 episodes of Breaking Bad, so actually that would make sense.
Oh well, there you go then.
Did he direct Breaking Bad? Because I'd assume that's good, and he probably didn't have anything to do with the right.
Yeah, probably not. and even if he did, there's someone that's overseeing it. Who knows what they're doing? Even though I haven't actually seen Breaking Bad, I do. I do realize.
I've seen like the first season and then a couple of the episodes from season 2.
I've only seen the first 2 episodes, and I couldn't really get into it. Not as a negative, like not as like an offense, but I just didn't have time to get into it or whatever. It just wasn't hooking me the same way. But I'm sure at some point down the road that'll definitely happen. It has to be one of those shows that everyone watches, I imagine, considering how
it's
many
really
people,
good.
Yeah, how many people praise it, and considering how unlike something like Game of Thrones, it actually has a good ending apparently.
Yeah. Apparently, like Breaking Bad's great throughout the entire time, so that's rare for a TV show to be good for its entirety of its run.
Yeah, even Davies era Doctor Who has one absolutely terrible episode in it. Anyway,
yeah.
But if I change straight to the Advent page, there it is. It's right there on the screen, and I'm sure it can hear me. Does it? I'm not sure if it hears you, but there's a little 45 seconds video, I think it is. Video that we're going to be watching that was Callum sent in. Was it a super chat you sent in?
Yes, I sent in a super chat.
Yeah, you sent in a super chat to EFAP, and it was about this podcast that we do, and this is their response to that.
Hello, me and my friend Genesis of Androzani did a fan-made spin-off of EFAP called EDAR, where we covered 2 Doctor Who video essays of purtism. Thank you guys for being great inspirations. May the dawn be with you.
Oh, absolutely. I'm really glad that you guys decided to, start a podcast to start talking about stuff. That's really good to hear.
Go for it.
I'm glad you did.
I hope you pause aplenty. And, yeah, Doctor Who video essays. I don't think we funnily enough, we technically covered a bit of one. I think it was Vox that mentioned Doctor Who, maybe? I can't remember, but yeah. Not really covered Doctor Who. Jay is our resident Doctor Who nerd.
May your pauses be many, and your frames be full of tism.
Hello, me and my friend Genesis.
And that's it. I'll just close that now. But yes, we are EFAP approved. Is that right, Callum? We are EFAP approved.
Yes.
So
EDAR is officially EFAP approved. So
yes.
Hopefully we can get Jay on sometime.
Oh yeah, that'd be funny.
That would be really.
Jay hates End of Time, doesn't he?
Yes. That would actually be interesting to talk about.
Well,
or
the thing is, because
if we actually got one,
because they would have all seen day 8 by now, and you realise that Dylan and Joe were not really up for talking about End of Time because they hate it so much. But maybe Jay would.
I mean, they weren't up for doing 4 hours of debating, to be fair.
They're just not long men, are they?
No.
They're just not long men.
Like, didn't they sound like after an hour in, they were like, oh god, how long is this going to go? Did they?
And I'm
'Cause I
like,
can't remember,
it's going to
'cause
go
we
way
filmed it
longer than you think.
ages. Yeah. This is not going to go how you think.
Yeah, you've been subverted, guys. So yeah, we are EFAP approved, which is good because I was worried that they were going to like sue us for using their logo or something, but they seem to be happy that we're doing it. Now, before we get into the Hellbent video as well, we've got another thing to go over, and that is the poll results from day 1. So that was the video that we did for Genesis of the Daleks versus the Caves of Androzani. And I have not looked at these results, so I don't know what they are. But we did some polls for that debate, because obviously the channel's name, Genesis of Androzani, is based off those 2 stories. And me and Adam were trying to hash out which was the better of the 2, and I think Caves of Androzani won by like half a point. But now we will find out what you all thought as we read out the poll results for that one. So let's see. So we had the Doctor. So it was obviously Tom Baker versus Peter Davison. Let's see who was voted for. You know what would be really awkward is if I opened these and there were no votes for any of them.
That would be very awkward.
Yes. Peter Davison wins 58%. So not a landslide, but a slight majority. That was what we said. So, yeah, which is rare because in most cases I would say Tom Baker, but in this instance it's the exception to the rule. You still haven't seen Caves of Androzani yet, have you, Callum?
No, I haven't. I'm still in the middle of watching Destiny of the Daleks.
That's right. I haven't seen that story yet.
The 3 and 4 to watch.
The only part of that story that I've seen is the regeneration scene.
It's pretty...
Oh, what are you saying?
I said it's pretty funny. Scene is.
I would imagine
like, so far,
I mean,
Tom Baker's actually pretty good.
The thing is, every story in season 17 is script edited by Douglas Adams, so it's going to be funny.
Yeah.
That's why I love Creature from the Pit and enjoy Nightmare of Eden, because they're both fucking hilarious. And City of Death is brilliant too. The companions, Sarah Jane and Harry Sullivan, won by a landslide vote against Perry. They got 91%.
Wow.
I think that was my choice too. Then we had the villains. I'll be interested to see this one, because there's quite a few villains in both. Let's see. Oh, Genesis wins by a landslide. Holy shit, 80% voted for Davros, the Daleks, the Thals, and the Khaleds over Morgus and Shiraz Jack. Interesting. So far from the fan vote, from the subscriber votes, it's 2-1 to Genesis. Let's see the plot. Let's see what they say about the plot. And Genesis of the Daleks wins by 80%. So Genesis has now got 3 points and Caves has 1. So the next one could decide it all. Caves is going to make a comeback here.
Yes.
Better direction. So Genesis, which was done by Dave Maloney, and Caves, which was done by Graham Harper. Let's see the results. Caves of Androzani wins by 90%. Graham Harper's direction steals it. Absolutely, it does. Graham Harper's direction in that story is like, it's like watching New Who. It's insane how much he does with that period, you know, of the mid-80s. Which story has more significance, Genesis or Caves? Let's have a look. and Genesis wins by 80%. So Genesis wins from the fans by 4 points to 2. So a pretty sound victory for Genesis of the Daleks. Yay. Though I would... Weirdly, me and Adam slightly went for more so Caves of Androzani, so it's interesting how that works. But I guess that means they're both equal then.
Mm-hmm. It's tied up.
Mm. Oh, Azmat Mahmood's in your time zone, Callum.
Ah, yes.
He's in the exact same time zone. Not sure which country, but it must be vertically the same. Either the UK or something just below it, like France or somewhere in, like, Africa, I suppose.
Yes.
I actually haven't went to sleep yet. Oh my god, Azmat, do you not sleep at all? 6:30 in the morning and he hasn't gone to sleep yet. What's wrong with you?
Back in 1 second.
Oh, okay. I just listened to The Chimes of Midnight for the first time earlier, by the way. Fucking masterpiece. McGann is a brilliant doctor and is a travesty he never got a full TV series. Absolutely right you are. Go check out day 24 of last year's calendar where me and Adam reviewed that story. It's a fucking beautiful piece of art by Rob Sherman. Chimes is Next Level Who, a Moffat script with RTD emotions. Well, that's what Rob Sherman is. The fact that everything that happened in that story is technically the Doctor's fault is crazy. You just can't vote against Michael Wish's Davros. You just can't. Oh, you're talking about Genesis the Daleks. The story beat Iador is when the character dies long before they actually die. Poor Caves. I'm in the UK, Birmingham. Okay. You're in Birmingham. Unfortunately, Callum's not here at the moment, so we'll have to wait for him to return. But in terms of what I'm doing right now, I have made myself dumplings for dinner, as it is 7:48 p.m. over here. And if any of you missed it, this shirt comes from India. My dad got it for me. And the guy who made it actually painted all of this on the shirt. It's not printed, it's painted. And I think that's pretty awesome. I did actually listen to your reviews straight after. Oh, cool. Yeah, both Adam and I gave that story a 10 out of 10. Absolutely deserved. It's fucking phenomenal. It's so good. And it's like it's the kind of story that you would have gotten like Moffat writing in the RTD era, except it also has the Rob Sherman darkness to it. So like almost like a combination of maybe something like if you combine like Silence in the Library and Dalek together and had it in the Davies era, that's kind of what it's like. Except obviously it's got some slight differences too. But yeah, it's just if you're a fan of Rob Sherman and also a fan of that kind of story, it's the best. And would you look at that? The date matches the release number, lol. Well, yeah, this is the first time that it's technically the 17th in other places in the world in the different time zones. Things might get a little bit complicated from here with the release dates. Main reason being is that day 18 actually has some copyright issues and it may not be published on time. I will give you guys an update on that, how that goes, but yeah, it's a big video that has a lot of copyrighted content in it and I need to actually figure out how to do it properly. But day 19 absolutely will be there when the normal time is for it. But yeah, day 18 I'll give you an update. Would you put Holy Terror above it? It's very close for me. I have listened to the Holy Terror once and I don't think I gave it the best kind of listen that I could possibly do. I should listen to it again. At this stage, I would say no. For me, Chimes is higher, but I will have to re-listen to Holy Terror at some point. It's just a very big story, so I'll need time for it. Callum, are you back?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Is it time for us to dig in to Hellbent and Unbridled Rage?
It is, as I've posted the watch together in the chat. In the Discord, sorry.
Right. Now, just a question, Callum. What was I going to say? Oh, shit, I've forgotten. Oh, yes. Are you going to be leaving at any point during the stream, like you have the last few weeks?
No.
Good.
I specifically made sure to ask if that was the case, and no. I'm all good.
Remember during the Last Jedi when you had to leave twice?
Yep.
That's
Because my mum was stupid.
Oh, well.
I had to do a whole trip to London,
just
which
sexist.
took me 2 hours.
That's just sexist.
Had to bloody go and come back. Then a couple of hours later, my mum was like, "Oh, I forgot to give them the key." So I'm like, "Okay, I have to go all the way back." Then
Oh, you are lagging a little bit. Is Callum lagging for any of you guys? Just asking. Oh shit. I just realized that I don't think I'm going to be able to have the chat and the video in at the same time unless I separate the... Oh, I don't know. Shit. That's a good question. Hang on, what if I do that? And then I do that. And let's see. Callum, are you there? Uh-oh. What has happened to Callum? Is he missing? Has he left us for all of eternity? Oh, shit, he may have. Well, that's a bit funny. Are you back?
yeah, I was still there. I just didn't realize you didn't know you could hear me or not hear me.
I just couldn't hear you.
Well,
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I was replying.
Okay, that was weird.
Like you could still hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Cool.
Okay. I just got to figure out how to do this. What the hell? There's so many weird layers going on. I should probably just start a new window capture. Okay, let's see. Is there anyone making any comments, Callum? Because you can answer questions while I set up this shit.
Callum classified himself as obsolete and was deleted. Done so.
What does that mean? Oh, right, yeah.
I guess. No.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, there you are. Is it Singapore that's doing that, or...
Huh?
Is it Singapore that's making you lag?
Am I just not here, or...
You are, but you're just like... Like you sound like that.
Oh, God. No, that's not... Oof. I don't know what I'm... let's
Go for Sydney.
change it back to...
Sydney? Sydney? Does that work?
Let's see. You there? I'm here.
I'm here.
Okay, it seems okay for
and
now.
I can hear you.
All
Absolutely fine.
Okay.
Right, we got the chat there. And now I just got to get the EDAR screen, or whatever the fuck it's called. The watch together screen in there.
Yeah, the watch together.
The watch together. Oh, there's the thumbnail. Christopher Eccleston. But he's not in this episode, is he?
No. Well, he's in the video.
Oh, whoa. Okay. Okay. But he's. But
I won't say which clip I used, but he is in the video.
But he's not in Hellbent, though, is he?
No, he's
because
not,
then,
unfortunately.
Because then it wouldn't be the worst episode ever if he was in it, right?
Exactly, because then I'd be like, oh, look, it's the 9th Doctor.
Yeah, I'm like, whoa, it's the 9th Doctor. This is already at least a 6 out of 10. That because you know, like, if someone said, what's your rating out of 10 for the long game? I'm like, oh, it's a 6.5 because it has the 9th Doctor in it, which makes it an instant 6 out of 10 plus 0.5 for the nice concept. If it didn't have the 9th Doctor in it, it would be... Well, if it had, like, Jodie Whittaker in it, it would be, like, what, 0.5 because the 9th Doctor's not in it? Is that logical?
I guess so.
If anyone was wondering, these dumplings are Thai green chicken. And if any of you are vegetarian, I'm sorry about that. But you are missing out. Although I'm sure there's vegetarian dumplings anyway. Or just vegetables.
Yeah.
What? I can't hear you. Say that again.
Oh no!
I can hear you now. Can you say that again, please? What did you say?
Yeah, I just said yeah, there probably is.
I thought you said you were vegetarian.
vegetarian.
That's what I thought you said.
No, I didn't say that. I'm definitely not vegetarian. I had like fish and chips last night for lunch.
Wow, chips.
Well, it was stuff from the chippy, but I had like a steak and kidney pie and a sausage and beans.
Christ, that's a carnivore's meal.
Yep.
That is a carnivore's meal. All right, I think we may have it sorted. So, if any of you are watching are absolutely confused about what's going on, Callum uploaded.
What is going on, Connor?
Callum uploaded a video on the 5th of December to celebrate, well, in quotation marks, to celebrate the anniversary of Hellbent.
Celebrate.
In 4 years of the greatest episode ever made, he made a video inspired by the YouTuber MauLer, who also inspired EDAR because he makes the EFAP podcast. He also makes videos called An Unbridled Rage, where he takes something that he absolutely despises and rips it apart. I have had to wait 12 days to watch this because I'm not allowed to watch it. I'm not allowed to watch it until now. So this is going to be my fresh reaction to Callum's video. Callum, you worked on this video for a long time, right?
Yeah, like I think 4 months I watched it. It was ready the month before.
So you worked on this
uploaded.
video the equivalent of the amount of time that I worked on the entire Advent calendar.
Pretty much. Like God, it's like this. In terms of the editing is what took the most amount of time. The constant like re-recording, making sure everything sounded great, and it's not perfect because like it's the first time ever making a video of like a full-blown critique. So there are going to be a bit of issues here and there when I've seen the video many times, obviously as I made it. But I would say it is the best video I've done myself.
All right. So,
would it be funny if Callum plays this off as another person's video and critiques the hell out of it? I bet you're a vegan just to show how much of an intergalactic wag you are. That's a great quote from a great episode. I was thinking when I watched the video of the 10 most underrated episodes, and I was like, I would absolutely put Amy's Choice on there because it's like it's never like talked about, and it's like a fantastic episode. It's like the best of series 5.
Vincent and the Doctor.
I would say that Amy's Choice is better than Vincent and the Doctor.
I wouldn't.
Sue me.
I wouldn't. Anyway.
They're both great episodes, though. So.
Anyway, with that said, Anyway, so the point is, I'm very much looking forward to reacting to this because, as you all know, I absolutely despise Hellbent. So to hear someone else, especially someone I know, make a massive rant about it that is completely edited and prepared and all that. And also considering I've seen 1 or 2 little preview clips of this too, so I'm excited to see when those pop up. But yes, I'm very much looking forward to this. Whenever we have something to talk about, we'll hit pause and have a discussion. I'm willing to critique this video if I think there are some flaws with it. Tony has just commented empty into this channel. Oh, Tony, who was there for the power of Cruel. If anyone's wondering that, it's the guy that says NZ rugby vids. That's Tony. Yeah. So
in this video, I think this is specifically one point where I did made a mistake. It wasn't like a massive mistake, but it was detail that as Matt Mahmuda actually pointed out when he was watching the video, and I actually put that in the comments of the video.
Okay.
So there is one point that I will say when I feel like, yeah, I got that wrong, but the point I still make is still stands. Anyway, so yeah.
Yeah. So right. So should I be putting my earphones in for this, because it might echo?
Yeah, I would, just in case, just have some headphones.
It wouldn't hurt. All right, let's do that. And then once that's in, let's see. Check what it sound like. Speak in my ears.
Yeah, it's all good.
All right, I can hear you. All right, 42 minutes, 19 seconds. This should be an absolute whopper. Can't wait to get into this.
Okay. I want to make sure, is everyone in the chat ready? Because I don't think you're ready for the immense bullshit of Hellbent.
Holy shit, our intro has been half an hour, Callum. What's going on?
What do you expect to see, Dar?
Oh no, the long man has begun.
All right, here we go, guys. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Hellbent, I got 2 words for you.
Hellbent. All right. All right, here we go.
All right, I'm gonna press play.
Oh.
Okay. So what we have to do is we have to play a little bit and then scroll back because it always takes us out of sync.
Happy 4th anniversary. We begin with a recap of the last two.
Okay. All right, I'm already into this. I got to pause that and then bring it all the way back. So now you're at 0, right?
Give me a sec. I need to just.
Oh, because it played a few seconds of mine and then it stopped and then I pulled it back to 0.
Just give me 1 second.
All right.
Because mine's all over the place.
What's going on with yours?
No, I had it on pop out and it wasn't working properly, so I'm just gonna change it. And that should be all right now.
Oh, Callum, you're just delaying it, aren't you?
I know. Okay, there we go. It should be okay now.
Right, you want me to press play?
Yep, you can press play and pause.
All right, I shall pause it when I feel it necessary.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Happy 4th anniversary! We begin with a recap of the last 2 incredibly emotional episodes, harking back to Clara's death in Face the Raven, and showing us the glimpses of brilliance from Peter Capaldi's performance in Heaven Sent, leading us to the return of Gallifrey. This is gonna be fun. So the opening shot of the episode is the Doctor catching a ride in a red car, with his guitar from the beginning of the season, because I really did miss Dr. Disco. And then see the Doctor enter the diner next to the car. We see a waitress behind the counter with it being replaced by Clara, meaning we can assume that this is a different incarnation of Clara since we know what happened in Series 7 with Clara scatting around the Doctor's timeline. Because if that wasn't the case, that would make Face the Raven's ending quite meaningless.
Hang on, stop. This is so intense. Oh my god, I haven't watched this episode in like a year, and I keep forgetting how much I fucking hate it. Oh, we haven't even got into it yet. I just saw Clara and I got angry. Oh my god. Moffat.
Like the intro sequence hasn't even started yet. We're 37 seconds into it, and Connor is already enraged by the man on screen.
Oh my god. I'm like hyperventilating. Alright, are you on 37?
Yep.
Alright, I'm going to press play again.
They didn't do something stupid in this episode. The Doctor and Dinah Clara start to interact. The Doctor asked how she got here, and she said by magic, but really she got here by playing asking the same question. He says by magic. What great writing. He then starts to play Clara's theme on the guitar for some reason, even though it's non-diegetic. What was he trying to do?
What I mean by like non-diegetic, I don't think that's accurate, but you get what I mean when I say that. It's like because it's the actual theme, and it's the same thing as like Solo when they put the Imperial March as curse.
So what you're saying is that Clara's theme is usually a non-diegetic soundtrack, and in this episode it's used as a diegetic piece of music. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and as I explained in this clip here, if you press...
Callum just made the episode better in 2 sentences. Another version of Clara would have been leagues better. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. if that's what Moffat wanted to do, then like I can understand that. I still have problems with it because there are a couple of times when it cuts back to it and it really takes the tension out of like the scene before it. But if that's what Moffat wanted to do, that would have been really better than saying that it's actually.
Also, I just want
Here is just
hang on.
more emotion out.
I just want to add this episode also ruins the Impossible Astronaut because it has the barn, the fucking what's not the barn, the diner, as the diner in it.
Cafe, the diner.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've gone back to 49 seconds.
Yep, I'm on that too.
All right.
Clara's theme on the guitar for some reason, even though it's non-diegetic. What Moffat is trying to do here is just force more emotion out of us for no real reason, even though we've been dealing with the grief of her death since the last episode. Diana Clara then asks if he's been travelling, and he says from time to time, because that's very much not on the nose. She then asks if the song is a sad song, and then he says, nothing's sad till it's over, then everything is. That's kind of my experience with this episode.
What?
She then asked about Clara, with the opening credits starting to roll. Okay, so what the fuck? Why the hell would Moffat start the episode like this, so randomly in the middle of nowhere, after the amazing cliffhanger of the last episode, in the clearly reused diner from series
Oh, hang on. Gotta pause there.
6, no less?
Hang on, gotta pause there. I'm on 126.
I'm on 129.
Okay, gonna move it
So
back a bit
we'll
because
go back to-
it buffered for me. We're gonna move it back a bit. All right,
Okay.
101.
Let's go. 01.
Sorry, say that again.
What?
Sorry, say that again.
Oh my god. Okay, let's quickly switch back to Singapore.
All right, sure. Oh, this is funny. All right, say it again. What the fuck was that? Say it again.
Okay.
Say it again.
Are you 1 minute, 1 second?
Yes.
Okay.
Fuck the internet. It's so
I think it
horrible. Oh my god, Callum.
All right. And play.
He says from time to time, because that's very much not on the nose. She then asks if the song is a sad song, and then he says, nothing's sad till it's over, then everything is. That's kind of my experience with this episode. She then asked about Clara, with the opening credits starting to roll. Okay, so what the fuck? Why the hell would Moffat start the episode like this, so randomly in the middle of nowhere, after the amazing cliffhanger of the last episode, in the clearly reused diner from series 6, no less? It just seems so randomly that we're not starting on Gallifrey straight away, that we're going to Earth, in Nevada, in the USA. I just don't think that's a good intro at all. Also, we had the reintroduction of Clara, but this time we had to assume it's Diana Clara because, you know, she died. But you know what? I will withhold my full judgment until the end of the episode because, you know, Heaven Sent was so good, they can't possibly ruin it here. I mean, hell, this is the first time we're on Gallifrey in ages, so surely it's going to be good, right? So the first shot we see after the opening credits is that the Doctor is
a nice
walking
shot.
away from Gallifrey. What?
It is a nice looking shot.
It is a nice looking shot.
It's pretty. It's pretty. It's like the shot in Crate with Luke
pretty,
walking
but-
to the Gorilla Walkers. But it's fucking stupid in story. But it is a pretty shot.
Yeah. Also, when I say he's walking, I do like obviously. I mean the city, because obviously the planet is called Gallifrey. But I'm just saying it so you know what
Yeah.
all that
Is it called?
the city.
Is it called this like the Citadel or something?
I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, I think it's called something. Yeah.
Yeah. He's walking away from Gallifrey. It's the. Oh, we on 1 minute 58.
Yes.
Okay.
Wasn't the whole point of the cliffhanger in the last episode? It was the fact that he was going to go to Gallifrey, you know, to warn them that he's here, to be intimidating. I mean, after all, this is the first time we've seen the Time Lost since Day of the Doctor, and the first time in New Who that we've actually been on Gallifrey physically. Would it make more sense that the Doctor actually goes to Gallifrey instead of doing this whole mopey walk thing he's doing right now? Like, look at this. This is not how you start a New Who story on Gallifrey for the first time. Especially after Moffat has been building this up since Day of the Doctor. Like I said, I'm going to withhold my judgment because the episode overall looks interesting. Can't wait to get more on that. So after that, we actually see the Doctor finally walking across the desert land of Gallifrey with a random sound effect of an eagle, even though there's no seemingly resemblance of any life around him. So it's just really...
And that's a key with Moffat in this episode. he is heightening all the set so that this episode feels more epic and spectacular, and it really annoys me because in that scene there, actually no birds in the sky, there's no people around, it is lifeless. So I don't understand why there's of an eagle.
Change the location to Europe. See if that helps. Say something.
Hello.
Oh yeah. Right.
Hello.
Yeah. Right.
Hello. Yeah, you
Hey.
sound. Yeah, you sound.
Oh, for fuck's sake! You keep on glitching.
Let's. So.
It's so choppy. It's almost like cutting the fucking. It's so horrible. It hurts my ears. Where has he gone? God, sorry about this, guys. It's just horrible. Discord is like, no, don't want to connect. See what happens if he joins back. Hello.
Is it literally any better, or is it?
No, it's the same. Go back to Singapore. Hello. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to change it to non-video and see if that helps at all.
Okay.
How do I do that?
You don't know.
Turn off camera? Alright,
Yeah.
Is that better?
Maybe that'll help.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Oh my
Can you hear
god,
me?
it's so much better. Holy shit.
Yeah. I honestly think I think camera does really affect the quality of the audio and stuff. So I think when we do EDAR, we should just use no, that actually affect the quality.
It's still glitching a bit, but it's not as bad.
Let's go back to Singapore and see how that sounds.
Yeah, okay.
So how does it sound now?
It's fine. It's absolutely fine.
Yeah, I think using our cameras does actually really affect the Discord.
All right then. Well, I suppose we know what to do now.
And I think especially when you're streaming as well, that might also affect it as well. So that might be the reason why it's like what it is.
Well, you had a point then, going full EFAP now with the
Maybe that is why they go full EFAP. Also because they don't want to show their faces.
Yeah.
This should zap every syllable a pause. All right.
Yeah. Hang on, I just gotta.
It sounds. Yeah. We'll go back to.
All right, I think that's way better now.
It's 30.
And we don't even need to see our faces at all, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Fucking.
There's no watching video.
All right.
All right.
2 minutes 30. 2 minutes 30.
2 minutes. Yes, I'm on 2 minutes 30.
All right, let's press play now.
So after that, we actually see the Doctor finally walking across the desert land of Gallifrey with a random sound effect of an eagle, even though there's no seemingly resemblance of any life around him. So it's just really meant to be dramatic. But hey, I've never written a Doctor Who episode, so what do I know? We then see a bar in the distance and the Doctor begins to walk towards it. Interesting. We then cut to Gallifrey with the cloister bells ringing all around the city, going to the top of the tower to see the Time Lords emerge. And one of those Time Lords is Lord Rassilon, who has been regenerated from Timothy Dalton from End of Time. We then also see the General from the Day of the Doctor special, who asks a local soldier what is going on down below. He then says that everything inside the cloisters has been active, which means that the Time Lords are in danger according to Rassilon.
God, that whole fucking side plot of the cloisters is so filler, and it does nothing. It's so
I don't
shit.
understand. I don't understand the point of it.
Because, like, you know, the Matrix has appeared in other Doctor Who stories, like the Deadly Assassin, Arc of Infinity, and all that. And in this, it's just stupid, and we'll get to the details of it. But like, fucking, it's so annoying how Moffat's like, oh, we have to use this because it's part of the fan wank, but that's not what the actual story's about. It's just like fan theory stuff that exists.
Yeah, it's just like I really don't understand the point of the Matrix or whatever it is. I don't understand the point of it, other than yes.
Well, in the Deadly Assassin, the Matrix is used to create a battleground for the Doctor and someone else. I mean, the Matrix is already there, but it's kind of like, it's not like Heaven Sent, because Heaven Sent's contained within a castle, but it's like an open battlefield where they have like shit happen. In Arc of Infinity, it's just like a prison that's got like weird wibbly lines in it. With Hellbent, we obviously get to what it is there. But like the cloister stuff is all just dialogue that's been said in episodes that reference Gallifrey, and Moffat's like, oh, why don't we just show it? But then he doesn't do anything with it. He just shows it, and then that's it. And then the story's about something else. Oh, the city's called Arcadia. That's right.
That does sound. I think that might be the case.
Anyway.
Of Khan coming into the room saying he's gone back to the beginning.
Oh yeah.
Then says to them that they have no...
Also, what the fuck? How are the Sisterhood of Khan here? It's a time lock.
Oh, I didn't even realise that. So yeah, that's another problem.
Because the Sisterhood aren't from Gallifrey, they're from Khan, and you can see that in The Magician's Apprentice and in Night of the Doctor. I mean, Night of the Doctor obviously takes place way before. It takes place like right before the Time War, but in The Magician's Apprentice, the Doctor visits the Sisterhood of Khan on Khan, and then they're just there and hell-bent on Gallifrey, despite the fact that it's a fucking time lock.
Yeah, and my main issue with them is that they're pointless to the story. I don't understand why they're there.
Anyway. Business beyond the planet. They say they heard the Doctor had returned to Gallifrey, which explains why they are here, and Rassilon looks very, very annoyed. I cannot wait to see what they do with him. We cut back to the Doctor walking into the barn, which we see is the same from the 50th anniversary and the episode Listen. Then we see a woman enter the room talking about the bells within the city, and then she turns and recognises the Doctor, and we hear a rendition of the Doctor's theme from Series 1, harking back to better days.
Oh, there we go.
She says that they will kill him, and then he gives them tomato soup with random people.
Oh yeah, stop here. So apparently the fan theories are meant to say that she's meant to be like another regeneration of the woman who appears in the End of Time.
Yeah, his mum. Yeah. I know that, but it's like, yeah. It's not the same impact because it's not built up to. End of Time does it way better than Hellbent.
Yes, because End of Time is better than Hellbent.
Oh, it's by like quite a big distance, I would say.
Yes.
Like I would rather watch not Hellbent. Sorry, I'd rather watch End of Time 100 times over watching Hellbent once again.
Yep.
Okay, why are you not just watching him eat? What point is this trying to make? What is the point of these people being here? Are you people seriously just going to watch him eat tomato soup? Because it's clearly tomato soup.
The guy looking right at him.
I love tomato soup.
That guy there. That guy fucking... Oh.
This is fucking stupid.
It's so funny.
Staring at like what point is this trying to make within the story?
The Doctor's
that they really
the Doctor is the leader of the oppressed people that are outside of Arcadia that are like farmers and slaves.
Oh wow, it's a shame that doesn't get followed up on, and he just goes fuck it.
Gallifrey's Canto Bite, you know. This is Gallifrey's Canto Bite, and he's here for the he's here for the slaves. It's funny because when people talk about Hellbent, they usually say that this is like the good part.
It's not though. It's the pointless part.
It just
I know there's a lot of pointless stuff.
It just doesn't mean anything. It's just silly.
It's stupid.
Yeah.
They're just watching you eat tomato soup, and I fucking love tomato soup, but I wouldn't watch people eat tomato soup. It's just a stupid scene.
That is my tomato soup, and you're all just gonna watch him. Okay, fine. I hope you have a purpose in this story. We see a shadow begin to cover the whole area, with it being a massive, super big ship with a huge gun. That is so intimidating. They ask the people to move away from the Doctor, which they don't, and then they ask
why did they make it that a Time Lord's like ship weapon is just like a fucking Star Wars ship?
Yeah, because it's pretty much a Star Wars ship.
Like, that's really uncreative. Like, you'd think that the Time Lords are having something much more, like, interesting than just a ship that fires shit at you. I mean, maybe it's a ship that fires shit at you and you, like, turn into, like, a paradox and invert and black hole on yourself or something. Like, but it just, they don't show that or anything. And, it's disappointing because you'd think that the Time Lords would have something much more creative than just a fucking ship that shoots things. Anyway.
Yeah.
At least move the children. So you're just going to shoot the adults then and let the children just watch? Is that what you're implying? That's clearly what you're implying. They still don't move, so they ask the doctor to come with them to the city. He then drops his spoon with a massive and unnecessary sound effect. With everyone dramatically...
To be completely fair, he does it in Heaven Sent as well. But at least that one actually has a point because he's like, how long am I going to be in this castle? And then he drops his spoon and goes...
Yeah, but see, that one's like way better because it's used to be like the realization for the Doctor. You know, it's like it's perfectly used.
It's like when the pin drops, you know, when the pin drops, but it's when the spoon drops.
Yeah, exactly. In this, it's just like it goes along with the eagle sound effect of like all the senses are heightened just to seem very like highly like intense. But in this, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Towards him. Really? Is that meant to be like an intense moment, Moffat? Are you trying to emphasize every single goddamn moment that's happening within this episode? Because I mean, I get it, it's Gallifrey and the Time Lords properly, really, for the first time, apart from End of Time, but this is the first time, the Doctor's first time in New Who. So I get that you want to make this as dramatic as possible, but really it's coming across as super, super cheesy, Moffat. The Doctor begins to walk towards the ship as it starts to back off. I guess the ship is just really intimidated by the Doctor. The guy on the ship then says the Doctor will come with him.
I don't like talking about Peter Capaldi this way because I think he's a brilliant actor, but because
he's a fantastic actor.
Just because of the way the story is written, him trying to be like intimidating is so fake here. It just doesn't work. I feel bad because
it just feels empty.
Because 2 episodes earlier, when he does it to Ashildr, it's fucking amazing. But then here, it just feels weird. It's so like, you know, it's like a child saying like, "You can't come in here." Yeah.
Yeah.
It just doesn't quite work for me.
Capital, but the Doctor then draws a line. What? Why do you think that's going to stop him?
God.
Why do you think that's going to stop him shooting the people?
Themes, the symbolism.
The Doctor is drawing a line here.
This is the line in the sand, and you shall not cross it, because if you do, then I'll kill you. Because I'm the Doctor. But I'm not the Doctor. But I am the Doctor.
Coarse,
but I'm not the Doctor.
Rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere. Especially in shit episodes like this.
I'm telling you, I'm protecting these children from you.
By what he just said a minute ago. You know, the part he said where he's going to shoot the adults and not the kids. You know, because that's what he is clearly implying. Is that really going to stop them at all? A fucking line in the goddamn sand. He then begins to walk away with the pilot saying with all his might,
"You will come back immediately. That is an order, and this is a military vehicle."
It sounds like Ryan.
Yes, I'm glad we're getting the high-class actors with this really, really hyped-up story. This is fantastic to watch. And then the people just then start to clap. What did he do to deserve a round of applause? He just drew a goddamn fucking line in the ground and isn't going to the capital. Why are you people so weird and so bland? What purpose do you serve?
What's going on?
For fuck's sake. We cut back to Rassilon asking what his plan is. The Sisterhood of Khan says he's finishing his soup. That's fucking hilarious, Moffat. The Doctor's now laying in his bed for as a child, seemingly very, very bored, with the women clearly telling the Doctor that the Time Lords are here. He walks up with the General welcoming him home. The Doctor walks back inside straight away. God, this is so exciting and so plot-driven. This is such an intense and
Wow, this is a
well-acted
finale,
first
isn't it?
10 minutes. So why are these like first 10 minutes so slow, and why is it dawdling along is what I'm asking. Why is this first 10 minutes of really this hyped up story that has been built up for not only the last 3 episodes, but for the goddamn whole new era of this show? Why is the first 10 minutes of us on Gallifrey so goddamn boring? So far, all we know is that the Doctor has found Clara in the diner. We also found out that Rassilon is here. And nothing else. This feels like that we're just
So
watching
if the
Doctor-
episode like stopped here, it would be like a 5 or like a 4.5 out of 10. It would be like what?
Yeah.
But
If that was stretched out to like 45 minutes, then
yeah, it'd be like, oh, that's a bit lame. But no, it gets worse. It gets much worse.
walk around, ignore everyone with no real purpose. Of the exciting end Heaven Sent, it seems so far.
This is where it gets
beyond
really
Gallifrey
bad. It's
is
like
quite
this
bland
moment.
after all of this build-up. So the Doctor does the same to more Time Lords, and it's really not even funny. It's just slow and uninteresting. Let's hope we start actually learning about why the Time Lords put him inside the dial in the first place, and we get this fucking story going. Russell is then told that the Doctor just blames him for what happened in the Time War and not the Time Lords themselves. So then he decides to go and see the Doctor. The Doctor then walks up to face Rassilon. Rassilon offers his hand, with the Doctor dropping the dial onto the ground and demanding that he gets off his planet. Okay, we're getting somewhere now. Rassilon then says to him that they trapped him within the dial because he had information about the hybrid. Well, this hybrid... So I can't wait to find out...
Fuck! I forgot about the hybrid! Ah!
You forgot about the hybrid.
How the fuck did I forget about the hybrid? Ah! Trapped you inside the confession dial because of we wanted to know information about the hybrid. And what is the hybrid?
I don't know yet.
We'll find out.
That later. Russell then demands the soldiers to take aim at the Doctor. General then says that the Doctor was a war hero and some of these men served him. Russell, on screaming like a child, says that they serve him. This is very, very intimidating. Already this version of Rassilon is so weaker compared to the end of time version of Rassilon, who was so
will
damn
not
intimidating
die!
and scary. It makes Rassilon
Oh,
seem like a
this
little
would be
bitch in this
so
film.
much better if it had Timothy Dalton in it. Like, for like the whole episode.
Yeah.
Obviously, the writing would have to be completely different, but fuck if he was in it.
Yeah, it's just... Yeah, this Rassilon's just a little whiny bitch.
Like, imagine, like, a Gallifrey finale after Heaven Sent, with Capaldi as the Doctor, Timothy Dalton as Rassilon, and Charles Dance as the Master. Oh, what a waste.
And take aim with Rassilon telling them to fire, which they do. We suddenly just cut back to the diner to take all of the tension out of the air.
Here's the hybrid.
Moffat, after a brief recap with Dinah, Clara, and the Doctor, which really doesn't serve any purpose at all, we cut back to Gallifrey. We see that they have all missed, with Rassilon pulling another hissy fit, asking them to explain. The soldier from earlier explains that there was a saying in the Time War that the first people noticed about the Doctor of War is that he is unarmed, but to many it was also their last. I guess that's a cool saying about the War Doctor. We then see him drop his gun, walks towards the Doctor, talking about the Time War, saying, hey, I was somewhere. On the top of my head, I can't remember what he said, but if they were somewhere, and that's meant to be, you know, he says that he was somewhere with the Doctor, and I guess that's...
Yeah, I purposely decided not to go back and like listen to what he said because it's the scene is so fucking stupid.
It's just like, come on, get the fuck on with it. Oh, just
yeah,
why?
It's just like...
So they all shoot. All of them, every single one of them shoot and miss on purpose. Like, they all knew exactly what they were gonna do. Like, they all fucking pulled a bluff. How likely is that? How fucking likely is it that they all know to do that?
Imagine if one of them shot them and was like, "Oh shit! I didn't even. I thought we could all shoot him. I was on the page of Rassilon." It's like fucking Timmy.
If it was one Time Lord that did that, like where they wanted to shoot the Doctor, but then they purposely missed him because they decided not to at the last second, that would make sense. But every single one of them did the exact same thing. Like, what the fuck? That's just ridiculous. It's just a bit silly, I think.
It's true. If they had they needed to have at least less there, then it's a little bit more likely. But because they have how many are there? 10 or 12? There's a lot of people there, and there's are we gonna assume that literally every single one of them is against Rassilon?
Mm. Is the implication that Rassilon's gauntlet doesn't work anymore, as well? I think.
Yeah, we've seen no evidence to say Rassilon has lost his way. That he's I
mean, it still lights up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's just fucking stupid.
Ugh.
Cool. We then cut back to
Doctor.
Doctor.
Smug
actually
bitch.
Really happened. Yeah, I would find it hard to believe too. The Doctor then says that stories are where memories go when they are forgotten. Sure, and I'm totally sure that this is not.
I fucking hate it when she's like, "Who was she? Tell me about her."
Yeah, I also love that clip I used of Eccleston from
Boomtown.
From Boomtown. It's fucking great for that.
He says that he was somewhere with the Doctor, and I guess that's cool. We then cut back to
God, I hate that
asking if
face.
this actually really happened. Yeah, I would find it hard to believe too. The Doctor then says that stories are where memories go when they are forgotten. Sure, and I'm totally sure that this is not hinting for what happens later in the story. Couldn't possibly guess what happens. All of the soldiers ignore Rassilon, and then he starts to power up his gauntlet with more ships arriving for it to be revealed that the Doctor has sent for them. They begin to kick Rassilon off Gallifrey. Fuck's sake, what a complete waste of one of the most intimidating Time Lords in the entirety of this show. After being amazingly written and acted in End of Time,
I will not die!
Yes.
to then see him turn into a complete child and a complete wimp, with him being kicked off easily off Gallifrey.
Oh well, but we were
Within
subverted.
the first 15 minutes is a kick to the face and the biggest pile of the shit I have ever seen. What a complete waste of this amazing character. Or really inconsistent character now, because Rassilon is not the Rassilon from End of Time. Rassilon in Hellbent is a fucking wimp. You goddamn wimpy piece of shit. So now the Doctor is the president after sending Rassilon away to basically nowhere, as they say. They say that they are at the end of the time continuum for its own protection, meaning Rassilon is probably going to travel forever. I mean, that's just a great end for a character in general. The Doctor says he has barely started. To be honest, I don't think this story has even started. The Doctor then goes down to the cloisters and is met by the head of the Sisterhood of Khan. We learn more about what the confession dials are actually
fucking
for,
exposition
and why
shit.
Rassilon put him in there in the first place due to his knowledge of the hybrid. I mean, I wonder if the hybrid will be talked about properly at some point, you know, not just being hinted about like it's the biggest thing in the show. We cut back to the tower with the General and the Doctor discussing the hybrid. They say that all they really know about the hybrid is that it's a crossbreed creature from two warrior races, which they assume to be a cross between the Daleks and the Time Lords. They say that this creature could stand one day in the ruins of Gallifrey, making it sound pretty threatening. They ask the Doctor for help, to which he says that he will need help too. They will need to go to the extraction chamber to talk to an old friend. Wow, this actually sounds pretty fucking interesting. Maybe we'll see an old companion or a character from the Doctor's past. Quite exciting. I actually can't wait to see what they do. Wait. No, you fucking fuck.
The worst scene in all of Doctor Who.
What the fuck are you doing, Moffat? Why the fuck are you doing
And it doesn't
this?
end here.
So the Doctor has decided that he's going to bring back Clara from before she dies in Phase the Raven to help learn information
And
about
let's
the
not forget that this piece of technology didn't exist until this story. So the only reason he can bring her back is because Moffat created something that can do it.
Mm-hmm.
And
you know what that does? That brings up so many problems.
Yep, so it's
within
like,
the universe.
okay, so what about Rose? What about River? What about Eirich? What about Katarina? Does he not care about them?
Like it's like before I could argue that it wasn't available to him after the Time Warp because obviously Gallifrey was like time locked and all that.
But it's available to him now, in this minute, in this moment.
Yeah. But like he chooses to save Clara, and it doesn't make sense for like before the Time Warp because Eirich dies. So like, why wouldn't the Doctor use it to save him? It's really stupid.
The thing is, he shouldn't be using it to save anyone, but because he saves Clara, that presents so many questions.
Yeah, why her?
Well, because it's the arc of the series, Callum.
Yeah, but why her?
Because it's the arc of the series. It's the themes. It's the story. Because he has a duty of of care.
Fuck the themes.
He's got a duty of care.
Ah.
Uh-huh.
Well, let's see how this scene goes because it looks pretty interesting.
Hybrid. Why? Why have you brought back a character who died 2 fucking episodes ago? What was the point? What was the point in grieving in the last episode? What does it amount to? Fucking Moffat. Just fucking why? So they say that Clara right now is in a time loop, okay? And she can't feel her heartbeat and isn't actually breathing. The general explains
So,
that
you know what that means? She's invincible!
She very at least can live forever.
She can live.
If she got stabbed.
She can
if
live.
she got stabbed, would she still be alive?
Yes.
Yeah, that's actually true. Yeah, because she doesn't feel. Oh yeah, that's true.
So she can live for as long as she wants to, and then as soon as when she decides she wants to die, then she can go back.
Like it's her choice.
Yep.
When it completely undermines Face the Raven. Like it's literally pointless now because she's cheated death. And people were like, well, and people's arguing like, well, she does still die because that's part of the event. She's like, yeah, but she can literally choose when she wants. Like no one else has that option if they want to live their life.
Imagine being a child.
You don't choose when you die.
Imagine being a child watching this, and your grandparents have just died, and you watch Face the Raven and you can relate to that because your grandparents have just died. You understand the grief that the Doctor's going through, seeing someone he cares about die because you've just had that yourself, and then you get an entire episode Heaven Sent where you allow yourself to actually experience that grief. And then the third episode, they come back, and that's not realistic because, well, the grandparents that have just died in real life, they can't come back. So, this is kind of a Russell T Davies style opinion, but I'm going to use it anyway. What is the point of telling a story with Clara coming back if it's something that isn't actually going to be, impactful in a way that we can relate to? Telling stories where art mimics life. A story of death is something that so many people can relate to because it's something that's actually real and it's permanent. So completely undoing this means that death means nothing. Moffat already did this kind of with Rory, but it was sort of memed a bit. With Clara, her death in Face the Raven was actually brilliant, and with Hellbent, well. All of that is gone. All of it. Death means nothing. Clara's invincible, can decide when she dies, and it's all ruined. But there's more. Believe me, there's more. There's fucking more to this episode that's terrible. It's not just that. There's more, and it comes very soon.
She has been extracted from the end of her time stream, and that they need information about the hybrid, and that her death is a fixed point in time. Okay, and then the Doctor punches the General in his face, and then steals his gun and arms himself with a gun. The one thing the Doctor would never do, threaten someone's life, especially a Time Lord post-Time War. He would never threaten someone who is trying...
And also, someone who was trying to help him.
Well, that's actually what I say. Like, if you unpause it, I say someone who's trying to help him. Are you on 12 minutes 50? Are you on 30
One thing the
minutes?
Doctor would never do.
Okay.
He would never threaten someone with a gun. He is the man who never would. And hey, you may not like that, but that's established, especially in New Who, that he would never threaten someone with a gun. Especially since this person
under very
is trying
unique
to fucking help
circumstances.
him. And okay, you can make the argument that when he's alone, like we've seen before, he begins his dark thoughts and he becomes a lot more threatening. We see that in A Town Called Mercy. But for God's sake, he's been alone not for that long. Plus, Heaven Sent was his grieving. The whole episode of Heaven Sent was meant for him to grieve over Clara. So that doesn't even fucking work. Yes, I get he was there for 4.5 billion years, but the Doctor didn't live those full 4.5 billion years. He kept resetting as he died, so he only lived there for a certain amount of time. But I guess...
Yeah, that was the point that I actually got wrong, that Asmat Mahmood pointed out to me. He said that he actually is like, he established that all of the years that he was there in his memories. So that I actually got wrong.
Yeah, he did say that.
Still stands.
No, but the thing is, like, with him holding the gun, he's done this thing before. Like, he's held guns before. He held it in Classic Who, obviously, because, you know, that was before the Time War. And whilst he was against using them, he did when they were necessary. The entire morality around the Doctor using guns is debatable, like it is with Tennant. But there's a big difference between, like, for example, when he holds a gun in the End of Time, that's very different to when he holds it here. Because when he holds it in the End of Time, there is a threat. There's a threat. Wilfred has established that if he lets the Master live, everyone on Earth dies. If Rassilon comes out of the Time War into Earth, everyone fucking dies. And he has tension over using it because he has this extreme morality. So even in the face of two people that could completely destroy everything he cares about, he still has tension over using a gun. That's how extreme the Doctor's views are after the Time War on this thing. With Hell Bent, the General is trying to fucking help him. He's trying to help him. He's on his side. He's not against him. He doesn't want to destroy anything. He's trying to help him. This is ridiculous. It's fucking
he wants to save
ridiculous. It makes no sense. You can't justify it by saying the Doctor is just, oh, he's dark. He's sad. He's angry. That's terrible writing. It's lazy. It's pathetic. It's poor. It makes no fucking sense. And on top of everything else we've just had as well.
Yeah. So the point in the video I make is wrong, but the point still stands with what I said before that. With him, you know, it doesn't make any sense for him to threaten the General with the gun because he's not under threat. It's a fellow Time Lord who's helping him, and because he wants to save Gallifrey, and it's just like, and he's doing this over Clara.
And the fact that he makes a fucking joke before he shoots him as well, it's just so silly. It makes no sense. And then what happens after as well? Ugh, we'll see. Please press play.
Lived there for a certain amount of time, but I guess a certain someone forgot about that. Then the Doctor makes a joke about fucking selfies because we really needed some comedy in this moment, even though what is happening is fucking hilariously bad. He then says he won't let Clara die. Really? You won't let Clara die? She's the one companion you simply won't live without. You know, the one companion you will break the laws of time to save, break every rule you have lived by because she's your friend. Not someone you're married to, not someone you loved, or someone who was a better fucking friend than her, or even a better character. No, Clara is the one fucking character you would do anything to save, even though that means threatening your own kind, which you haven't seen or talked to in over thousands of years since the Time War. Fucking great. I'm glad we have a well put together Doctor where his actions are earned and make sense, or even make any emotional fucking weight. A-star Moffat, you did it again. Like, the General says that if you try to save her, the whole of time could be destroyed. But it's Clara, so he wanted to do it fucking anyway, so that's great, yeah. It makes total sense that the Doctor would save just Clara. You know, not Rose, not River, not Adric, none of those characters fucking matter. It's just fucking Clara that matters. I'm super glad, you know, that Moffat is saying that this one companion is just the best and the Doctor will fucking do anything to save her. I'm so glad that everything is just being treated with utmost respect. And then the icing on the fucking cake, he shoots the fucking General. Ugh. He actually shoots the General. Just no, this is not the Doctor. No, you fucked this character. No, this is not my Doctor. Hashtag not my Doctor. Why, after all we know about the Doctor, The many times he has cared about the regeneration.
Asma, I do get that Eirich wasn't like a fantastic friend, but my point is that he was at very least better than Clara.
Oh yeah, I'd agree with that.
Like he's at the very least a better friend than Clara. Because Clara is literally like she's like narcissistic and she's like really horrible to the doctor.
Eirich's a little shit, but like he doesn't deserve to die.
He doesn't like. Yeah, exactly. He doesn't deserve to die. And like Clara, like we're not saying that she should die. Yay! It's just like what she did in Face the Raven was a massive mistake. Like
yep.
It
actually managed to make her horrible character make sense for one episode.
Yeah, but it's pointless now because Moffat was like, "I want to bring Clara back because that would subvert your expectations."
Yeah, because she's the hybrid. And then let's see what happens to the general after.
Feels like dying.
Yeah,
He has cared about the regeneration. Talking about how regeneration feels like dying. You still shoot and kill someone. How the fuck is this okay? How does this even fit with who the Doctor is? This is fucking awful. Apparently this Doctor doesn't care about killing. He then asks for a neuroblock to be set to human, and the Clara and the Doctor run away. Fucking great. Not only has Face the Raven's ending now be completely meaningless due to bringing back fucking Clara back from the dead, but we have a Doctor who is now killing people and breaking his own rules just for one fucking person. Even after grieving for her in Heaven Sent. That is all undone due to this one fucking horrible scene. What a waste of fucking time. The Doctor doesn't even care about regeneration, even though we have evidence that he does. The 10th Doctor talked about how regeneration feels like dying and how important it is, but that's thrown out the fucking window for this shithouse of a scene and line.
We're on Gallifrey. Death is Time Lord for Man Flu.
Oh, fuck off, Moffat!
Fucking great.
Jesus
Well, now
Christ, that line. God. Oh, it's the woman from Years and Years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's actually been in a good show.
Yeah. Now, I don't think this issue is necessarily story driven. It's very just trivial, but yeah. To pile on top of the fact that we've now assassinated the Doctor's character and assassinated Clara's exit and ruined Gallifrey and ruined the whole show, we now also have to have gender and race politics in this show as well.
Mm. And when I use the David Tennant example of him talking about regeneration, that's just like an example, the most recognizable example I could use to be like, it doesn't make sense for Capaldi to say what he says.
So I know Game Trill Prime, regardless of what you think of End of Time and what the Doctor acts like in that, it is still part of the show's lore. Like, especially if you just include New Who as well, the Doctor has stated what regeneration is like. So it's very clear that in Hellbent, if he says that it's like man flu, he's lying, because there's no way that he would lie to Wilfred in that scene. Absolutely no way. I don't believe it for a second. So yeah, again, like regardless of how you feel about the way 10th Doctor explains regeneration, it is still established that is what, that is what it is.
The point is that regenerations matter. Not like, I'm not saying like all regenerations, every Doctor's going to be like, it feels like dying, but my point is that the Doctor, that scene establishes that he does care about regeneration in a certain way. That's the 10th Doctor's way of explaining it because of the 10th Doctor. So like, I assume like every other Doctor, at the very least, understands how important regeneration is.
Yeah,
and they're not going to say, "Oh, I don't give a shit."
Yeah, and also to add on top of that, I mean, I would much rather it be an angsty way of saying regeneration feels like dying, I never want to change, whatever. I'd much rather have that than fucking regeneration is like a man flu. Like, could you make...
It's a common cold.
Could you make one of the biggest, best things that's ever happened to this show that's let it live forever into such an insignificant piece of shit? Regeneration's like a man flu, so it has no significance whatsoever. It's just a silly little thing that happens.
Yeah, it's really like
you're gonna this piles again on top of why this episode ruins the whole fucking show. It ruins regeneration because it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't fucking mean anything.
Yeah, that's the point of using the Tennant line from End of Time. So I feel like that fits well in with what I'm actually saying. With like, it makes no sense for Capaldi to say that it makes no. It's like it's just a man flu. It's the common cold. It's something you get if it's cold outside. You know, it's stuff like that. It's just really disrespectful, especially when we established through the entire show that regeneration is something that is very important to the Doctor. Regardless of how you feel specifically about Tennant, the point still stands that every Doctor at least cares. You know, like fucking Matt Smith did. He talks about it, and it's like
he held on for like 1,000 years because he didn't want to change.
Yeah, he didn't. Well, he didn't want to like.
Well, he
die.
didn't want to die. Yeah, but still.
Yeah, so it's like he understands how important like regeneration is. So I don't. I hate how Capaldi is just like, it's like man flu. It's really disrespectful to. I would say it's more disrespectful than the regeneration feels like dying on a massive scale.
Absolutely.
Because at least with the like regeneration feels like dying, it's like trying to show a different side. And maybe obviously people won't like that, but I'd rather have that than it not matter.
Well, like what I said, at the very least, it actually makes it feel significant. So it's significant to something or someone. Whereas in this, it makes regeneration completely and utterly pointless.
Yeah, and I'd rather that than Hellbent.
Oh, but it's meant to be a joke.
It's fucking man flu. Ha, funny.
And then, like Game Troller Prime says, the funny thing is in Series 10, he has angst over regenerating, so it makes no fucking sense.
Yeah. Was he something like, oh wait, I actually do care? It's that classic Moffat style, like he just says a line and then one day when he's doing a random episode, he's like, oh, this would be a cool idea. Because I remember in an interview when World Enough Time and the Doctor Falls was coming out, I remember in an interview that he did, he talked about like the 10th Doctor's like regeneration like story, and he was like, what does that mean? And he's like, so I guess in a way a part of yourself is lost when you regenerate. So he's trying to, like, he knows. It's like, so what is this line here, you fucking idiot?
Well, the only way you can actually justify it is say that the Doctor is lying. But even if the Doctor is lying, that's stupid. It's still stupid. Like, why? And also, they got rid of Ken Bones. And they replaced him with...
Yeah, I also believe that regeneration feels like dying. Because, you know, his entire fucking body is changing.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, I understand why people don't like it, because no Doctor before has shown that level of, like, angst towards it, but when you really, like, just think about what regeneration is, his entire body is literally changing, so that past self is dying. It's like, I get it, I get why people are annoyed, and I have, like, you are fine to dislike it, but when you think about it, like, scientifically, it is, like, it does make sense that it feels like dying, if you know what I'm saying. Like, I get it.
Well, from like a real world view, yeah. If you wanted to make the
Doctor
Doctor more endearing,
real world logic.
If you wanted to make the Doctor more endearing from a human being perspective, that's exactly what you should do. Which is why Russell T did it with Tennant. Yeah. Now,
I guarantee that Russell knew that it would not sit well with others, but he obviously wanted to tell a story.
Well, fucking hell, Russell T knew from the start that his version of Who wouldn't sit well with others. Like, he's very aware that Classic Who never had romance in it. The Doctor was asexual. He completely changed that in New Who, and he was fully aware of that. And I'm sure he knew that it was going to get backlash, but he did it anyway.
Because he wanted to tell a good story, which he did.
Anyway, and also on top of that, just to pile on top of everything else, okay, so I'm gonna be a little bit kind here. I know that I did say a negative thing about it, but I will be slightly kind here and give them the benefit of the doubt. BBC wanted to show that regeneration can change your gender and I suppose your race too.
And colour. Yeah.
I don't think it's worth assassinating the Doctor's character just to show that a white man can regenerate into a black woman. I don't think that's worth it. Yeah. Fine if you want to do that. Like, that's cool. Like, if your prerogative is to prove to people in the canon that you can change gender and race when you regenerate, that's absolutely fine. I don't care. That's fine. Whatever. But don't assassinate the Doctor's character in doing so. It's not worth it. You're just going to alienate people Anyway.
General has regenerated, is now a woman. And then she kicks off her regeneration with this line.
Back to normal, am I? Dear Lord, how do you cope with that?
Fucking
Oh.
Moffat. The Doctor and Clara have response to Crawl.
I forgot
It's
about
a terrible line.
that. I forgot about that.
It's
as
a really
well.
bad line.
No.
It's like, hey man, you're just filled of eco.
Oh dear.
And that's all men are.
Anyway, that was a joke, wasn't it?
Oh, it was a joke. Aha, funny, Moffat.
Moffat did a ha-ha.
He did a very big
Cloisters, and they tried to find a way to escape. It would maybe be best for you to escape this goddamn fucking terrible episode.
This is
'cause
when the episode like spirals out of control. Like it doesn't know what it's doing. After this point, it's just so weird.
I think the big difference is that
this
Tennant
episode
knew
was-
his regenerations was coming for a long time. Yeah, that actually could have something to do with it. Like, with Tennant, he was like prophesized that he was going to die, so he had a lot of time to like digest it. And I think the events of What Was on Mars might have affected him as well. I think there's an argument for that.
Yeah, I'll leave End of Time for another video.
Yeah, for another time.
Now, we find out that the neuroblock is to wipe Clara's memories. Oh, fucking god. Are we really going to make the last 3 goddamn fucking series mean absolutely nothing? Is that what you're really trying to do?
I mean, to be
Are you
fair, I don't like Series 7, 8, or 9. I really couldn't give two shits, but like, yeah.
But I would rather they still mean something than I waste my time in hindsight because they're now pointless.
Yep, absolutely.
Because it makes me feel like if they're literally all made to be pointless, it's like, why the fuck why have I watched for the last 3 series?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, you completely wasted time.
Like, I don't care if it's bad. I don't want to feel like I completely wasted my time.
Yeah, I know.
Like, Series 7 is fucking atrocious. But, at the very least, it still means something to the show. You know? I don't want it literally to be like, in hindsight, there was no point in watching it.
Well, I mean, there wasn't really.
Yeah, but now there's even less point to it now.
Yep.
It's fucking stupid.
seriously going to make the characters and stories around Clara really mean nothing? They mean nothing. Is that what you're trying to do, Moffat? Is that what you're fucking trying to do? Fucking grand. This is fucking falling apart, and we're only fucking about half an hour into the episode. You know, this hour-long episode. Fucking great. So now that you are looking for the secret exit out of the cloisters, we see Daleks, we see Weeping Angels, and we see
hang on, I'm going to pause
for
there.
the sake of having...
Okay, so before we get into the whole Matrix bullshit crap that I hate, as Matt Mahmood has just brought up an interesting point, he said, but could the same argument be used for Donna's mind wipe? And I'm going to say no. No, because that's different. It's a different scenario to this. And the reason why is because...
Donna's dying.
Huh? Sorry, say that again?
Donna's dying.
Yeah, Donna's dying. He had no choice but to do it. And also...
Because if he didn't do it, Donna would have died.
And basically, you know, Donna said to the doctor, I don't want to lose these memories. Like, and she doesn't specifically say the words, but she's implying that I would rather die than forget you. And because the doctor is so obsessed with her being alive, because he's, you know how he is, he wipes her memory so that she can live on. And it's heartbreaking. And what it does is it means that whilst, you know, because Anthony doesn't like it because he thinks it's pointless, but he doesn't like Donna anyway, so fuck him. But it doesn't make whole of Series 4 pointless. It just makes it heartbreaking.
No, it doesn't, because the Doctor, going into the specials, all of that affects him.
Yes, it has an impact going forward. And whilst, you know, the way it's handled in End of Time's a bit messy, the very end, when it leads to her basically her marriage and her living a happy life, and the Doctor has to look on and basically say, I can't be a part of this despite the fact that she was my best friend, is a beautiful bit of heartbreaking writing by Russell T. With Hell Bent, nothing happens. Moving forward, nothing.
Yep.
It just completely...
Like, the Doctor forgets and Clara goes away not to be seen again. So there's no way going forward that anything from the last 3 series can be used to change the Doctor in any significant way.
Also, I just thought of something that might be a slight little plot hole. You know, in the pilot, how... Oh, no, shit, no, fuck, I just remembered, I'm wrong. I was gonna reference the moment in the pilot when Bill, like, talks about companions leaving him, and I was gonna say it's a bit of a plot hole, but I just remembered it was actually referencing River Song, not Clara.
But isn't Clara's theme playing when that happens?
Oh. Okay, well, it is a plot hole.
Yeah, like, hold on. I'm gonna go, because I think this is actually a good point. I'm gonna go to the episode, and I'm gonna see if Clara's theme plays. Because if it does, then it's like, ooh. Well, because the Doctor, they established that the Doctor remembers the adventures and stuff, but he can't remember Clara.
But does he remember the fact that he lost her? And does he feel any way about it? Because in the fucking in the episode when Bill mentions it, he actually shows some emotion. And, you know, and also she says, like, you know what, imagine if someone wipes your mind. And, like, that's exactly what happens in Hell Bent.
Clara's theme's playing.
Yeah, so Hell Bent, that's what happens in Hell Bent. But, like, the Doctor doesn't fucking remember it because he had his mind wiped. Ah!
Yeah, so, like, yeah, the scene plays Clara's theme, so it's not about River, it's about Clara.
Moffat!
That's fantastic, I love it.
What a fucking mess. Anyway.
Having them to spice things up. Glad we have more villains to be wasted. You know, Rassilon's already been ruined.
Oh, yeah.
Let's bring them all in.
Let's pause again. So, in The Deadly Assassin, The Matrix was a battlefield in which the Doctor and, I can't remember the character's name, but it was like a hunter. They went to have a massive, epic fight on the battlefield to the death. In Arc of Infinity, it's a little bit shitter. It's a bunch of wiggly lines, and Omega's like, I've heard you, Doctor. I must have the answers now. And it's not as good, but it's still a bit creepy, you know? It's like, whoa, what's going on here? The Doctor's imprisoned in this thing that's causing him lots of pain. In Hellbent, it's a haunted house ride with the Daleks, the Cybermen, and the Weeping Angels, and there's no explanation as to why they're there. Only that they are fan wank. They are there because they are the biggest villains in the series, yet Hellbent makes them feel like absolutely nothing. So this is another thing that Hellbent does that ruins the whole fucking show. And you could argue that up to this point, the Daleks, the Cybermen, and the Weeping Angels were already ruined, and that is true. But this puts another nail in the fucking coffin, because what it does is it means that they are just window dressing for this episode. They don't matter, they are just there to be like, ooh, it's a Dalek!
Yeah.
Anyway.
Let's bring Weeping Angels, Daleks, Cybermen, though we could argue some of those monsters have already been ruined by fucking Moffat's era.
There we go.
We get some conversations with the Doctor and Clara, trying to save this episode with some fun dialogue. You know, since this episode completely...
Oh, I fucking hate the scene when he draws in the mud. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. And then he's like, oh, drawing in the mud. Gonna get the TARDIS. And then Clara fucking... she talks to the general. She's like, I'm a sassy woman and you better do what I say. And the general's like, I will do what you say. It's like, God! Anyway.
We asked the Doctor how long it's been since he last saw her, and the Doctor didn't give an answer and says it doesn't really matter. Yeah, at this point, Heaven Sent doesn't really matter anymore now anyway. It's completely fucked. The whole point of Heaven Sent, right, was just so the Doctor could grieve Clara's death. That's what it was. You can't argue that. Heaven Sent, the whole point of that fucking episode was to go into the Doctor's psyche and grieve Clara. Fucking hell, I can't believe Heaven Sent is now fucking pointless. Clara asks about the hybrid, and the doctor says he has literally no idea. He doesn't even know what it is, and only wanted the Time Lords to think he knew. Fuck off. Now the hybrid doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, so in Heaven Sent, the whole point was that he knew what the hybrid was, and now he doesn't know what the hybrid is.
Yeah. It's like, fucking great.
Yeah, I'm just going to go close some windows and turn my light on. It'll just take me a couple of minutes.
Alright.
So yeah, you entertain the audience, I suppose.
Entertain everyone. How's everyone enjoying the video so far?
Maybe read some comments if we haven't.
Yes. Wait, this is the Matrix? I don't remember this. Yeah, I think it is the same Matrix from Classic Who, I feel like. Yeah, that ain't the Matrix. I don't know. Isn't it a bit like the Doctor's worst fear coming to life, like the Mins of Evil? I'm assuming the Mins of Evil is an episode, but I haven't seen it. Heaven Sent, it's also that, but I think the main, like, point of the episode is the grieving for Clara. Because that was meant, really, to go into Hellbent, but obviously the episode Hellbent exists in the way it does, completely ruins that, because instead of the Doctor getting over Clara and moving on, and making sure she didn't die in vain, it's just like instead it makes it feel like that Capaldi's Doctor is just like, oh yeah, Clara, well, when I get back to Gallifrey I can go and save her. Hellbent sucks. Oh yeah, we all knew that Hellbent sucks, but you know, I want to explain why it sucks so much and why it's one of the worst episodes of television. Yeah, but like the whole yeah. Oh, Mind of Evil. Okay, I haven't seen that, so I don't know what it is, but yes.
What about Mind of Evil?
No, it was just saying that that the Doctor's worst fears coming to life in Heaven Sent is like in the Minds of Evil.
Oh yeah, so
I think that's what he's saying.
There's a Classic Who story in the John Pertwee era called The Mind of Evil, and the villain, not the villain, but there's a machine that's kind of like a boggart from Prisoner of Azkaban.
Yeah,
It shows their worst fears. I think the Doctor's was the Daleks. I can't remember. Anyway, keep going.
Yeah. We're in the cloisters, which is where the Matrix is, but they're not in the Matrix. Okay. I guess. But yeah, that's the whole, like, cloisters stuff is really, really, really dumb. Bloody hate it. It's not good. Let me just... There we go.
What'd you take it back to?
Yeah, just take it back to 1841.
I almost very nearly unplugged my computer. Very close.
Oh, that would have been terrible.
I swung a blanket around and it like struck the cords.
Ooh.
Very dangerous.
All right.
Any other comments we wanted to address before we start again?
The Doctor's was lava because Inferno. That'll always be funny.
Oh, right. Well, I mean, that was also written by Don Houghton, so that makes sense. He's just like, oh, reference my other story. But then you get Stephen Moffat, who's like, oh, ruin my other story. How about that?
Oh. Yes.
Anyway.
All right. Are we ready to continue?
The hybrid doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter anymore. It just doesn't matter. The thing you have been stupidly hinting at for a full fucking season doesn't matter. What the fuck is happening? So now the General and the Sisterhood of Khan now find the Doctor and Clara within the cloisters, and then Clara goes to approach them. Clara then asks how long
really gets on my nerves in this scene. Really gets on my nerves. Fucking...
4.5 billion years! The Doctor was in the confession dial, and they say for
4.5 billion!
half billion years. She asks why did he do that to himself, and he says it was a duty of care. What about all
I am bastard! Fucking hate that line. It's so annoying.
Duty of care.
I hate the fact that one of my favorite Murray Gold pieces of music is attached to that line.
What? Which one is it?
A Duty of Care.
Oh, great.
Yeah, it's a brilliant little Murray Gold piece, and it's made for this episode, but because it represents this whole fucking storyline, it just makes me angry.
Yep. It's, yeah.
And Clara within the cloisters, and then Clara goes to approach them. Clara then asks how long the Doctor was in the confession dial. And they say for 4.5 billion years. She asks why did he do that to himself, and he says it was a duty of care. What about all the other fucking companions you've had? Did you not feel a duty of care for them? Did you not feel a duty of care for Rose, for River, for Amy and Rory, and fucking Eirich? What about them? Why didn't you try to save them and break all your rules? Why didn't you, Doctor? When Eirich died in Earthshock, why didn't you go back in time into your own time stream and saved Eirich? Yes, that would have been breaking the laws of time, but you're doing that with Clara, so why is she different from Eirich? I get within the context of narrative...
Because Clara's got a nice bum. The Doctor can't bum Eirich, that's illegal.
Yeah. Stupid Moffat.
Different from Eirich. I get within the context of narrative, Eirich was a bad character, but within the concept of the story, right? He still cared about Eirich, but clearly he didn't, apparently, because he didn't try to fucking save him. What the fuck makes Clara so goddamn important? Why is she more important than them? For fuck's sake, they're just fucking awful. All they really say is that they should say things to each other, and then it pans onto the city while Clara's theme is playing. They then open up the hatch with Clara distracting the others, calling them monsters, saying that they are hated by no one more than her, which allows them to escape into a TARDIS. The Doctor and the Sisterhood of Khan talk about all the rules that the Doctor has broken, with him saying that the universe owes him this. Wow, how is this the Doctor in any way, shape or form? The way he's acting and the way he's justifying this is almost unforgivable. Just because you point out something that is badly done does not justify it at all. This is lazy writing, Moffat. Lazy writing. And you should be ashamed. So now that you escaped Gallifrey...
Oh, look, it's a classic TARDIS. You have to like this episode.
Yeah. Like, I hate so much that him saying, like, they're pointing out, like, you're breaking all of your rules, Doctor. And he's like, whoa, the universe owes me. And people can use that argument, like, well, they point it out in the story. It's like, no, it's still fucking terrible.
It's like in X-Men Apocalypse when they're like, oh, the third film's always the worst. And I'm like, yeah, but this film we're watching, like Apocalypse, is actually worse.
It's a total lack of self-awareness.
Yeah.
It's really bad.
And they arrive at the end of the universe and keep checking Clara's pulse with no avail, with the Doctor now acting like a child, much like Rassilon was earlier. It's like poetry, they rhyme. So question, why the hell does the Doctor need the neuroblock? He did it with Donna before, so why can't he do it here? Well, there's a reason, and it's bad. But we'll get to that. We hear 4 knocks at the door, and no, it's not the Master, or it's not even Wilf, because even that would make the story better, wouldn't it? It's a Shielder.
Ah, I forgot about a Shielder! Oh, she was in Game of Thrones. She'll get viewers.
She's a very known actor. That'll make this story business. Fantastic. We all love a Shielder.
You know what's ironic is fucking Game of Thrones went to toilet that year as well, season 5.
Not a good year for me.
And her storyline was one of the reasons why.
Ooh, bad year for her.
That would make the story better, wouldn't it? It's a shielder. Yay. Fuck off. They talk, but at this point, I cannot be fucked to even bother with the details. This story has fallen off so far off the rails, there are hardly any pieces to mend it together. Anything that could have made the story good has been burnt up and turned to dust in the wake of this abomination and self-destructing mess of a story. Let alone a Doctor Who story. With characters ruined and arcs made to be wasted, there is little effort you could even put into caring, as if the story itself couldn't care less with where it is going. She mentions the hybrid, which makes me think that we are about to find out what it is or what it even means. Who is the hybrid?
Also, she's at the end of the fucking universe, and she's just sitting there in her chair.
Playing chess.
And also, it doesn't make sense.
Isn't there a chessboard there in the
You know
scene?
how, like, she fucking evolves like a madman between the girl who died and the woman who lives, which was like a few hundred years. And then in this... Yeah. She's just the exact same character she was in Face the Raven, but like more smug.
Guess you could argue there's only a certain amount of like knowledge. I don't know.
It's like a character in Face the Raven, but without the costume and with worse acting.
I love how she also recognizes Clara and the Doctor, even though they in Face the Raven she has no idea who Clara is, because like she eventually forgets. Because she lives for so long. But it's thrown out the window here because, exciting hybrid. Yay. Fucking a shielder.
Yep.
She doesn't agree, saying it could be the Doctor due to his time spent on Earth. With the Doctor asking does it matter, but she says that why couldn't it be two people? So the hybrid is the Doctor... and Clara. Fucking ace. What a great conclusion. Glad we spent a whole...
Where are you on the time?
I'm on 21:59.
Oh, okay.
So, the reason... Now, confirmed by Heaven Sent, the reason why the first Doctor left Gallifrey is because of Clara.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why would you do this?
You know what I hate? Jack being made immortal by a time god, still dies. A shielder has a computer chip in her head, never ages in a billion years.
Yeah, fucking Jack turned into an old face.
A big old face.
Yep. So... the entire reason the Doctor left... well, not the entire reason. There's a multitude of reasons. I was explained to this by one of these idiots who thinks that they like this episode. One of the reasons that the Doctor left Gallifrey is because of the hybrid. And the hybrid is the Doctor and Clara. And so Clara is one of the primary reasons why the Doctor left Gallifrey. And then in this episode, his memory's wiped, so her entire existence doesn't matter. So the entire show is pointless.
Yay.
So one of the answers to the mysteries of this show doesn't matter.
Why did he run away from Gallifrey? Because Clara.
He ran away from someone he didn't know, that he won't know again, and he still won't know, and he won't remember.
So why does he not remember why he left Gallifrey now? Because he forgot about Clara? I was like, it's fucking so confusing and stupid.
It's completely awful. There's nothing redeeming about it. She's one of the reasons why he leaves Gallifrey in the first place, and she also doesn't matter because he doesn't remember her.
Mm-hmm.
So what was the fucking point? Like, seriously. How could you possibly justify this other than saying, oh, the themes of Series 9, the story arc, the love they have between them. Fucking pointless! It doesn't mean
love
anything!
Between each other is no
anything.
different from Donna and the Doctor, or Marvel and the Doctor, or Amy and Rory and the Doctor, or any other companion. It's not different. It's not. The only people think their relationship is so good is because the attachment to Clara, not the attachment between the two. Their interactions are similar to any other companion. I don't get the argument. that like it's just really stupid. I don't understand what makes her within the story better than the other companions. Even if she fucking was, it'd still be bad because you're putting her on a pedestal. You're putting her at the very top. Really
You're putting her at the top, but she still doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
So it means the most important person in the show, aside from the Doctor, doesn't matter. But she's one of the main reasons the Doctor is the character that he is, because she taught him to be a soldier when he was a young kid in the barn. She's the reason he chose his TARDIS. She's the reason he left Gallifrey. She's the reason that he does what he does in Day of the Doctor.
Yeah.
She's the reason that he survives past his 13 lives limit. She's the fucking whole reason he comes back to Gallifrey and New Who, and then his mind gets wiped and she means nothing. You cannot defend this. It's fucking atrocious. I don't think I've ever seen something so incompetently written in my fucking life. Like, I know I'll rip into Game of Thrones, I'll rip into The Last Jedi, but fucking hell, this is just mind-blowing. It's so weird how horrible this is, because it just doesn't make any sense. How can you possibly formulate something so contrived and just not written in a way that makes a lick of sense and just ruins the whole fucking story of the show? Like, how could you do that? It's so strange. I'm so confused by all of this. I don't know why Moffat thought this was a good idea. Shall we continue?
Yeah.
Hinted at about what the hybrid is, just so it could be about Clara and the Doctor. Nice. So the reason the Doctor has the neuroblock, because it's more efficient and painless, which would be fine if that was going to happen. But no, Clara and the Doctor go back and forth about it, and God, I could not be asked anymore. What is the point? You killed someone just so Clara could just forget so she could live. Ugh, just fuck this episode. Because Clara said she reversed the polarity of the neuroblock, it will erase the Doctor's
don't do that! Don't do that! Don't reference John Pertwee like that.
Well, that's what she says. She says that in the episode.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, Clara has to copy John Pertwee, and I think Yaz does it as well. And it takes you away. But fucking hell,
you spit my language.
Yeah, no wonder this is Adam's least favorite as well. Clara references John Pertwee.
That's great.
You know, Clara, if you died, I might just drive away and forget about you. And he had
Man, why the fuck do people like this episode?
Venusian Aikido his way through the diamond wall.
God.
Oh dear.
Vince, so it could go either way, and they say they shall do it together.
No, we've done everything else.
Why this plot device exists? Because they need a reason for the Doctor to lose his memories for Clara.
Also,
either way,
one thing that people tend to go with this episode to try and defend it is talk about the actors. The problem is that because the actors are putting everything they have into the performance, it actually makes the story worse because it increases all the problems, but like it magnifies it. And it's not I'm not saying it's the actor's fault. Like, they're being professional, but the problem is because they completely lean into it, it actually makes the problems with it more intense because it's bringing it to the forefront. And I've heard some people say the same thing, people that don't like The End of Time say the same thing about how David Tennant puts everything in his performance, which makes it more intense for them. It's the same thing here, like, because the actors are actually putting everything they have into the performance, it makes me hate the episode more because it makes actually makes the Doctor and Clara believe what's going on, like as if it's real.
Yeah.
Because like when Tom Baker got a shit script, he would take the piss out of it in a metatextual way, and it would actually make it fun to watch, because Tom Baker knows this is a bad story, but because he's making fun of it, it's actually fun to watch. Whereas because these guys are professionals, they're treating it like as if the script is from the heavens, and it makes the episode worse because of their performance. It's a strange scenario, but it's just how I feel about it. I just feel like the fact that the acting is so top class makes the story worse and the characters worse, because it makes them actually believe like what they're doing is right.
This run between these two has become pointless, and everything they did doesn't matter, because one will go and one will forget, and we know who is who. The Doctor. He starts to forget about Clara.
But they've already had this goodbye and faced the Raven, and it was better.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake!
Good of bears, they're squishy.
I mean, to be fair, I'm kind of happy that this episode exists just so we can have the gif of him like falling over, because that's hilarious. But fuck, we don't need this scene again. You don't need it.
Don't you worry, I'll remember it. No, that line will work really well if this was a really good story, but it's not. It's terrible.
It's sad and emotional, but it all falls apart because this story has been destroyed. The Doctor's morals, his code, he went not only too far, but to another...
let's see what Prime has just said. Difference between End of Time and Hellbent, the Doctor was being a douche about himself, whereas here he's being a douche because of this character. In the long run, random companion. Tom Baker couldn't save Power of Kroll, they're right. Yeah, I mean, Tom Baker just wasn't really doing much in that story. I don't know. I don't know how to answer Prime's question. That's a weird one.
Goddamn well where logic does not exist. He passes out.
Yeah.
He
There it
wakes
is.
up on the wasteland at the beginning of the episode, clearly forgetting who the hell Clara
Clara who?
We cut to the diner
Clara
with the
who?
Doctor wrapping up his story to Dinah Clara. But we find out that Dinah Clara is actually just Clara. Nice. Honestly, I can't even pretend to care what is going on, because this episode has shafted itself too many times already. So as the Doctor plays on the
Also,
guitar,
just to add on
we see
top of that,
Clara
I fucking hate the guitar. I never liked it. It's cringe.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
And then the fact that she fucking opens the TARDIS door right in front of him! Like, what if he turned around?
Like, what would actually happen if the Doctor saw that? Would he just not think it existed or something? I
I
don't
have
know.
no fucking idea. Maybe it's got a...
Would his head just fucking
Yeah.
explode? or
Maybe it's got a perception filter on it.
something? Ooh.
And then Clara gets a lesbian companion, and they live forever. Because Ashilda is in she's what's the word? She lives forever. What's the word for it?
Immortal.
She's immortal. Yeah, Ashilda's immortal, and Clara's
So
invincible.
Clara.
So they're gonna be in that TARDIS diner thing forever. And also the fucking chances that Clara's TARDIS also had a broken chameleon circuit.
Oh, great.
And the fact that that bar from the Impossible Astronaut is Clara's fucking TARDIS.
Yeah, they've made that canon. So what, did Clara fucking think, oh, well, the diner isn't there for Matt Smith, so I gotta go and do that for him. You know, so they have a place to meet up and stuff.
So that Matt Smith can have a place to meet so that he can prepare for his not death.
But he comes out of where the TARDIS is. You know, when they revealed he's not, it's his... Remember when he comes out?
Oh
when it's
shit,
revealed,
you're right!
Remember when he comes out and he's like, I got my straw, it has more fizz. That's the door he comes out of.
What the
Moffat!
So, Matt Smith had already met Clara before Asylum of the Daleks, and he met her inside of a fucking TARDIS.
No, I just think Moffat forgot.
Oh,
I think Moffat forgot that the Doctor walked from that door.
Oh, Daniel's in the comments.
Yeah.
Hello, Daniel. Daniel was on the...
I think this is the most...
Daniel was on day 5, if anyone's wondering, the Yu-Gi-Oh one.
Yes. I think the most horrific moment of my life was when Blindwave said Hellbent was a better ending than Face the Raven, and that death was less impactful. Yeah, Blindwave's shit.
Yeah.
Like, I used to watch them a lot. I actually really like their content, but fucking hell, their opinions are fucking awful.
Yep.
Though Eirich's fine. I actually do like Eirich. Shane is like
Eirich at least...
the most weird person I've ever seen with his critiques.
He thinks Solo is a great film. No one thinks Solo is a great film.
Solo is fucking awful.
Daniel,
I'm shocked. I'm shocked that Shane. Yeah, what did you say?
Daniel's confused. He's like, "What's going on?"
Oh, we're going off why Clara's fucking shit.
Daniel, we watched this episode in your house. You may not remember. This is the series 9 finale when Clara fucking gets her own TARDIS and fucks off, and the Doctor forgets her. You probably forgot her too. I don't blame you for that. I know that all you cared about was her like nice ass, but I don't give a shit. Yeah, so we're Callum, who I'm on this with, made a video where he's ranting about this episode, and I'm reacting to his rant of this episode, and we're very angry because this episode is the worst thing ever made. It's fucking garbage.
Yeah, Blindwave was good when they were reacting to the RTD era because they actually kind of got it at times. Shane didn't really.
Oh no, Shane was
doesn't
shit.
like Series 1.
Yeah, he didn't like the best series ever made. He only likes the worst one ever made, which is Series 7.
Yeah, I don't fucking understand why. And they think like though Eirich probably, I think as time goes on, will probably think, yeah, Phase the Raven's ending was better than Hellbent's, but they think Hellbent is better than Phase the Raven, which is pretty stupid.
Yeah, well, they think The Last Jedi is a good film.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, we are very angry because this episode is fucking terrible.
Yep.
It's one of the worst pieces of television.
It's so
and I fucking used to
bad.
think this episode was fine.
You used to think
I
The
guess
Last
the same
Jedi
with
was
The Last
fine.
Jedi. Yeah, exactly.
And you used to think Arachnids in the UK was a 7. Like, are you high?
Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, I must have been. I must have been on a fucking tired as all hell.
Also, Asmat, I think, made a comment earlier about how Hellbent and Arachnids in the UK contradict each other as well with their gun logic.
Yeah.
I mean, I fucking hate Arachnids in the UK's like gun logic as well. Like, that's one of the... That episode, Arachnids, is the worst episode for Jodie Whittaker's Doctor. It just makes no fucking sense.
Yeah. Yeah, why did I fucking give that a 7?
Are you Ed Sheeran?
Like, I'd give that a 4 now or something.
Yeah.
I don't know why I gave it a 7. I guess I really like the Graham stuff like a lot.
That's like 1 minute of the whole episode.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's like a couple like Eirich is more of a Star Wars fanboy than Connor is a Tenet fanboy. That's very true. Like, they religiously love every piece of Star Wars content.
Because I'm critical of the Idiot's Lantern, so at least I'm critical of something, whereas Eirich doesn't criticize anything.
Like, I guarantee you, when fucking Rise of Skywalker comes out, they'll say they love it. They will. Like, and I'm going to be like, no.
Erich's the kind of person that would watch Attack of the Clones and see the Padme Anakin scenes and be like, oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, like, I remember when they reacted to, like, the honest trailers for the prequels, and you're like, yeah, they got a few kind of things right there. It's like, mate, the story's fucking awful. How can you actually say it's like one of the best pieces of cinema?
Yeah. Oh, Daniel just said it's not the one with the bird that kills Clara, but then she doesn't die. Yeah. So, the one with the bird that kills Clara is like amazing. It's Face the Raven, and then she's actually dead, and the Doctor gets sent into the confession dial. Which
2 episodes later.
So this is 2 episodes after that when she's undead, when like the Doctor pulls her out of time.
So this is the episode where there's a bunch of people with really weird cylinder clothing and stuff. I'm trying to get him to understand what the episode is.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, you're right, Daniel. It's the one when she doesn't die. It's the one when they pull her away from the Raven. Yeah.
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 Arachnid is the reason why 13 is my least favourite Doctor. That's understandable.
That's understandable. She is my least favourite Doctor, and that is her worst episode. So there you go. But it's not as bad as Hellbent.
No. Oh, the confession dial. That was good.
Yeah, Heaven Sent. Heaven Sent.
Yeah, Heaven Sent was good. And then the next episode, when they reveal what it's actually for and why they put him in there. It's terrible.
Yeah. Should we continue the video, Callum?
Yes.
Alrighty,
yes.
yeah.
Open the door to reveal the main TARDIS dock, with Clara flying away. The diner.
Look how
was a
confused
TARDIS.
he is!
Cool.
Look
Then we
how
see the
fucking
TARDIS,
confused he is!
covered
It's
with
so
Rigsy's
funny!
artwork from the end of Face the Raven. Then we see Clara and me discussing
Also,
us
how
flying
the
off
fuck
to
did
have
Rigsy get his TARDIS and graffiti on it? Like, where did that come from?
Where did Clara get it? Did she pick it up within the TARDIS? Because we know that I guess the TARDIS can be within itself because of like that mini episode. So that is a possible thing that maybe a TARDIS can pick up another TARDIS. Maybe, I don't know.
Game Controller Prime's gonna DM me his idea for Hellbent. Okay, well read it.
Can't be worse than what's actually Hellbent.
I'll read it after we finish this video.
Mm-hmm. All right.
some adventures, with both being alive to basically live forever. Fun. Glad Clara's death meant so much in Face the Raven. Glad that was all built up to and was paid off nicely and was totally not made pointless. Bye bye, Clara. We won't miss you at all. The Doctor enters the TARDIS and begins to set off. We see a brand new screwdriver.
Oh, new Sonic screwdriver. 10 out of 10.
Yay. It's a really shit screwdriver, to be honest. I don't
looks like a
Where
toy.
to? Let's hope far away from the story
Basically,
as possible. Never to see it again.
Oh, that horrible CGI diner. Looks like a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. That's the end of the episode and we haven't even got halfway through the video, so you got more to say, obviously.
Well, we're post halfway, but there's still another, 18 minutes to go.
That's just, holy shit, it's bloody Arya. I completely forgot. Yeah, Maisie Williams was in Doctor Who and it was terrible.
Yeah. In terms of Doctor Who reactions, I think Eirich's the best of them all. He does at least have some criticism.
He's the best.
Yeah, Eirich does.
He's the best one, yeah, definitely. Because fucking...
Like, during the Game of Thrones reactions from Season 8, I was surprised that he actually said the words character assassination. And I'm like, oh, wow. Eirich actually thinks about it objectively.
Yeah. So, because it's not really hard for me to be the best, though, because Shane's an idiot. Calvin only remembers like the RTD era up to series 3, and then after that point it's like, whoa, spaceship, and then Aaron's just confused because even though he's seen all of the show before, he doesn't understand it. He's so weird. He's like,
he's a terrible guide.
He's an absolutely terrible guide.
Even with their fucking books, they forget stuff.
Yeah. Whereas fucking Jake, man, Jake has never seen this show before, and he knows more about it than they do.
And he hasn't seen it for nearly a year, and I guarantee you
know why?
that he would remember most of Series 1.
You know why? Because he watches the episodes and he understands what happens.
Because Jake is smart, and, understands what television is.
Yep.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Hellbent. So, where the fuck do I even start with this episode? When I first watched this episode way back, I only began to just dislike it, thinking it was just a poorly thought out story and was just very disappointed with its hybrid arc and being a story on Gallifrey. But after thinking about it more and more and more, thinking about the show's history, I now see how incredibly awfully written, awfully handled, awfully paced, and just being the biggest pile of shite I've ever witnessed. The Doctor is illogical, making decisions that would only make you question his sanity, saving Clara, killing a man in cold blood, and not even batting an eyelid that he's on Gallifrey for the first time in decades, also thousands of years in his timeline.
And that's the biggest thing. He literally does not even care he's on Gallifrey.
Yep. It's the entire remember how
the whole fucking thing about New Who from episode fucking 2, where he's like, my planet was fucking destroyed and all my people are dead.
Remember the scene in Gridlock, how he was so emotional about Gallifrey that he didn't even want to talk about it with Martha Jones, but he did anyway because he cares.
Cool, that's because that scene, when we did the 10th Doctor debate, I rewatched all of Tennant's episodes, and I realised that Series 2, I actually like it a little bit more than I did when I did my series ranking before Resolution came out. I then went into Series 3, And the difference in Tennant's Doctor, in terms of like his performances and like his characterization, is so much better. And then when I watched Gridlock, before I rewatched it, Gridlock was an episode that I liked, but I never really got like Adam does, because Adam always praises it.
Yeah.
But now when I rewatched it, I completely understand why Gridlock is so fucking good. It's such a great episode. It's so fucking good. And that last scene is like, I get why Adam was like, that's the moment where he became the Doctor for him. I completely get it.
For me, when I watched that as a kid, that was the moment when David Tennant became my favorite Doctor and has been since. It's phenomenal because Gallifrey actually fucking matters to the Doctor. Whereas here,
that's when the Doctor
became.
That's when David Tennant really became the Doctor fully. He fully encapsulated, like, had the full understanding of what it was to be the Doctor, and it was fantastic.
Yeah,
it was
and
such a great scene.
if you want an example of how to do a Doctor and companion in a toxic relationship, Series 3, not this shit with Clara. Because they did more.
Series 3 is great.
Because they did more with that in one series than they did with Clara in 3 series.
Series 3 is definitely the most underrated series of New Who, without a doubt.
Absolutely, yeah. It's fucking phenomenal.
It's so good.
And this piece of shit is not.
Like, Doctor Who has not been great since 2010, and it hasn't had like a really good consistent run since then of like good series. So like, it's been nearly a decade.
Yep.
So sad.
I feel bad for Peter Capaldi because we know what an incredible actor he is, but the script he is handed makes him seem so stupid and misguided. His performance is convincing, but it's made worse by the fact that what he is doing makes no sense.
Yep.
After Heaven Sent, with the Doctor grieving and ready to face the Time Lords, he goes backwards and does everything he can to save one person. To me, it just makes no fucking sense that he would actually go and...
Yeah, as Matt just said, that Tennant's Doctor in 3 and 4 wouldn't work as well without his characterization in Series 2. That's correct, because the course of events that take place in Series 2 lead into what happens in Series 3, which causes him to develop, which is why when you look at the beach scene in Doomsday and the beach scene in Journey's End, he feels like a completely different person. And that's because there's an actual character development that comes off the events that happen. Whereas with Capaldi, it's all fucking just throw in all the shit like that I can think of without any sense, any thought put into it. It's so horrible.
Tennant's entire run is one big story arc, and it works really well because each series
you could even argue it starts with Christopher Eccleston as well. You could even say from Rose to the end of time, there's one complete character arc, and it includes a change of regeneration in the middle of it. Mm-hmm. Well, not in the middle, but like, you know what I mean, like 1/4 of the way into it.
Like, it's like series 1 is like for the story arc of Tennant's Doctor is like the starter, and then it's like the rest of it is like the main course with with End of Time being like the dessert. It's like the cherry on top of it.
Yep, it's all planned.
That's how I see it.
It's all planned out in a way that where all the events lead to one another. And if you don't enjoy that, that's absolutely fine. But I do, and I think it makes sense. Whereas with Capaldi, regardless of whether or not it's entertaining, it doesn't make sense. It's inconsistent. It's horrible. It's so bad. And Hellbent is the biggest problem with it.
Yep.
Save Clara.
Yeah.
No point during Series 9 do they actually build up this whole thing that he's getting obsessed with them travelling together. He's the one who's caring for Clara, asking why she's getting obsessed with travelling. The whole hybrid arc is just lazy. It's so superstitial. It's just an excuse for writing. Moffat can't be bothered to properly build up this relationship between the two, that they're both getting obsessed more and more with travelling with each other. The hybrid arc is just not clever, it's just lazy. There's nothing about it that's any different from any other arc. If anything, it's just hinted at again and again and again, with no sense of nuance or substance to it. It's just a thing, and then it's like, oh, this is the end of the arc, because hey, Clara and the Doctor, they're obsessed. It's just not built up to...
And they play it off like it's one of the most important things to ever happen to the show.
Yeah.
Properly,
like,
it's not paid off properly.
It's like,
we'll get more into it when we get to Clara. But honestly,
if Moffat actually wrote it to have Capaldi's Doctor be way more obsessed with travelling, then at the very least, you could say, okay, there's evidence for him to be like very obsessed with Clara, but he doesn't. At no point does he feel like crazed to want to keep traveling with her. It's all Clara. So from her end, that actually works, but with the Doctor, it doesn't work, and then it all just falls apart.
I cannot stress enough how disrespectful this is to not only the character but to the show as a whole. He was held by the General, who kicked off Rassilon and asked for help. He brought back Clara, but in the end was shot by his ally, showing how little care the Doctor has for his own kind. The people who did nothing wrong, who thought regeneration was something important to...
Little small detail I noticed there. Talking before about how the Doctor saved Clara and not his other companions, right? And one of those was River Song, right?
Mm-hmm.
You notice he's wearing his wedding ring?
Yep. Nah, he just forgot.
To the Time Lord, that each life matters and each incarnation matters. It is like dying and is treated as a part of you dying. But Moffat threw that out the fucking window because he wanted to subvert our expectations. Make the Doctor feel irrational and clueless, changing the character for the worse. Pointing out what the Doctor is doing wrong is not good writing. It is a poor excuse for poor writing. And please don't tell me I didn't get the story, because I do understand what the story is trying to do. It's trying to tell a story about two people in a toxic relationship. Both are bad for each other. But the difference is that that can work if it's actually built up to properly. With Clara, it's actually built up pretty well, that she's obsessed with it time and time again, and actually dies because of it. With 12, it doesn't make any sense, because with him, his relationship with Clara is like any other companion. They have witty conversations, they get on really well. At no point does Capaldi's Doctor feel like he's getting obsessed with travelling with Clara. It just makes you think, what would Capaldi do on Gallifrey if Clara didn't die and face the Raven? Because the only reason he actually goes to the extraction chamber or tricks them is because he wants to get Clara back. There's just so many things wrong with Capaldi's Doctor in this episode, and in his whole era, let's be honest. People say he's one of the best Doctors, which I think he had potential to be that, but the reason why he's not is because series 8 and 9 completely ruined what could have been a great Doctor. What made Eccleston so great is that he improved scripts as he went on. Apparently there was a story in Dalek that he actually made improvements to the script to make his performance even better. That's what we want from a Doctor, to go far and beyond, to get better, make themselves better. And Capaldi, I wish, was that. But hey, we have Series 10, so at least that is good. Meanwhile, Clara is back and is as worse as ever. No story or even series should make the companion the most important companion to the Doctor in any way. The story falls apart. It makes any future companion we see automatically less important. Why should we care about this character we know the Doctor won't care as much as Clara? Moffat is effectively choosing who is the best companion in the show's history. No showrunner should do that. You don't write this show like that. Doesn't help how inconsistent Clara is as a companion, being the most bland character you see in Series 7 to annoying over-the-top school teacher in a horrible romance arc in Series 8
Danny
to becoming
Pink.
an addicted Doctor taking the main spot in Series 9. She is objectively the worst companion in New Who without a doubt. No one is as inconsistent, as poorly written, and is involved in more worse stories as much as her. Jenna Coleman is a great actress, but by God, she is the absolute worst companion in the show's history. I'm not even sorry to any Clara fans because I do not see what you see. She's not a good character, and you can't convince me otherwise. There's a reason why Capaldi's scenes are some of the least watched out of all of New Who, and it's a real shame because Series 10 is by far his best. Series 8 was a good end to a story and felt like a natural conclusion, but Series 9 feels like such an afterthought with her around. She is the series arc, much like Series 7, and both are horrible in quality. She should have left after Series 8, and the fact that Moffat couldn't find a better replacement for her is mind-blowing to me.
If you didn't like Clara, you don't understand stories, and you don't, maybe I'm being a bit rude, but you just don't understand what makes a good story.
David, if you're going to have the balls to say that we don't understand what good stories are just because we don't like Clara, then you need to say it with more confidence, because in this clip here that I just showed, you're clearly not confident enough, or you don't want to seem too bit rude that you, with what you're saying, that we don't understand what good stories are. Not all stories can be filled with surfboards and catching darts. We only want good, proper stories.
That's a reference of deep lore right there.
So yeah, if people don't understand what the reference is, so me and Connor like ages ago, I can't remember actually when we watched it.
It was like EDAR number 0. It was like EDAR number 0. We never recorded it, but it was like our pilot.
Yeah. We watched EMS Productions' video on underrated stories,
and his friend there, David, talked about Boomtown, and the only things he really talks about was the whole dart stuff and then the surfboard. That's all he actually talks about.
He says he wanted to surf like Margaret on Wii Fit. Oh dear.
And no, we're not bullying him.
No.
But it's just really funny to think that that's his favorite thing about the episode. Not, the really good dialogue and really funny comedic moments. No, the dart and the surfboard are so good.
Oh my god. I can't believe we never recorded when we watched that.
Yeah. It was so good.
Oh, it was legendary.
And it's funny because people comment on that video saying how good the video is. It's not. That video is really bad.
They just say what happens in the episode. They don't even defend anything.
Especially Hellbent, because they talk about... Actually, no, they do say why people don't like Hellbent. But yeah, it's still not
But then
a great
to justify
defense.
why they like it, they just say what happens. They don't explain why. It's so weird. Anyway.
Yeah, it's a really bad
I
video.
love the argument when you just say that we don't understand what a story is, because that really is how it works. We could say multiple things of why the story is inconsistent, that characters' arcs don't make sense, or nothing is paid off properly, but hey, maybe it's beautiful writing and we just don't understand.
Yeah, just because I don't like Clara, that means I don't understand what actual good writing is.
I mean, it's not like I like Face the Raven or anything.
Clara as a character is the most inconsistent in the entirety of this show. In Series 7, she has no personality and as bland as any companion.
And also, on top of that, I don't like Eirich, but Earthshock's great.
Yeah.
Was up to that point. In Series 8, she has way more personality, but it is not executed well, and then in Series 9 is suddenly just so addicted to the fact she's travelling with the Doctor. And yes, in Series 9 it's not executed perfectly well during the whole series, but in Face the Raven it is this culminating this idea that if Clara tries to become like the Doctor way too much, she is going to pay for it, and then she does in a beautifully tragic way. Her death in Face the Raven...
Game Troll Pro just said he probably loves playing because it has a DVD shop in it.
Well, then what does it actually turn into at the end of Blink? I forget what they actually turn it into because they change it.
Oh, I can't remember.
No, some shop. Well, then he hates that episode because they change it from the DVD shop.
Should have been made into a two-parter where it has them in the DVD shop.
She is going to pay for it, and then she does in a beautifully tragic way. Her death in Face the Raven is done so well. It's perfectly built up to within that episode, and her death, while she's not a fantastic companion in an overall sense in the narrative, her ending is so damn good. Hellbent fucking ruins it. I'm sorry to burst the bubble of all Clara fans out there, but I'm sorry, but Face the Raven's ending doesn't matter because of what happens in Hellbent.
Hang on, wait, what? What?
There is no repercussions for what happens to her. Her whole arc of being too much like the Doctor and her being punished for it, which is beautifully done, is undermined because now, in the end of Hellbent, she can now live for as long as she can. She can effectively do whatever the hell she wants and then choose to die and go back to Face the Raven. But there's no repercussions because she can live forever. It doesn't make any sense from a narrative perspective of character arc and growth.
She's goddamn rewarded for doing something bad.
Clara does not learn anything because now she's like,
Oh, okay, I can just live forever now.
it makes no goddamn sense. It is not what Face the Raven is building up to. And even Heaven Sent, which was about the Doctor grieving over Clara and him moving on from Clara. That's what the whole point of that episode was. It wasn't just to be stylish or to put on a great performance by Peter Capaldi. It was actually something important to the narrative, the overarching story. It doesn't work. It makes Clara's whole arc as a character building up to that moment in Face the Raven, where she even says, referencing Danny Pink, what he does in Series 8, sacrificing herself in a sense. Her arc is complete, but then Hellbent ruins it. And you know what pisses me off even more? For the first couple minutes when she comes back to life in Hellbent, she's basically saying to the Doctor that what he's doing is wrong. But then after their tour within the cloisters, within the Matrix, she's completely fine with it. She's like, okay, I guess I'll live now.
I'm completely fine with it now. So it doesn't even make sense from there. You can't even say that's an excuse because she goes along with it at the end. Clara is the embodiment of the perfect companion in Moffat's eyes, and it's displayed fully in the actual narrative of the episode. Not just in this episode, but her entire goddamn run. Clara is just the worst companion in New Who, and that is not just an opinion, it is a fact. You can have your opinion about Clara, and you can like Clara, but your opinion about that she is a good companion and good for the Doctor Who universe is wrong. Opinions can be wrong. I'm not telling you you can't like Clara, but to say she did not do harm to Doctor Who as a whole is just blindsidedly stupid. Goodbye forever, Clara, you dingle fuck. That is the most upsetting.
What the fuck? Dingle fuck.
You dingle fuck. You know, I'm really salty that you guys and Who Addicts are the only people who rag on Hellbent. Every reactor has loved it. Blind Wave, yeah, they all like
Winger
it.
Media hates Hellbent.
As he should.
Council of Geeks hates Hellbent.
I guess he means like he's talking about like reactors, people who are reacting to it for the first time. So yeah, but they just see it as like they don't think about it. And I guess they like it's in a sense maybe it's not entirely their fault because it's the Moffat like charm that's like glossing over the story that I don't think everybody's like not fooled by, you know, because we're not fooled by it. Council of Geeks isn't, and Who Addicts isn't.
Yeah, and that's just the fucking surface level shit. Because then you get to fucking all of the actual like hardcore classic Who fans like Lord Slaw that we had on the 10th Doctor debate, and they all hate Hellbent as well.
Yeah. So it's like reactors, I think. Well, aren't all those American reactors? Is just so
Blind Wave Seska says Just So Shayla, yeah, they're all American.
Man, what does that tell you? Like,
there are British people on YouTube that do like Hellbent, but
yeah, but like what I'm saying is like it doesn't surprise me that because the show at this point it's less so like American vibe here than it is in like series 6 and 7, but it's still that Moffat like charm that just seems to coax like American reactors. I see a lot.
Well, I mean, fucking Reddit loves Series 9. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's just like, this is just, it doesn't surprise me.
Aspect of Hellbent. I mean, for God's sake, this is the first ever fully fledged Gallifrey story, and this has been building up to since the end of the fucking world.
Oh, so underrated. I love that episode. Even the bitchy trampoline. That's the Doctor.
I'm a Time Lord. I'm the last of the Time Lords. They're all gone.
You know what?
Man, I miss when Doctor
he doesn't even look like the Doctor at all because he's like a dad with a black leather jacket. But the character, that is the Doctor. You cannot deny it.
Yep.
It's exactly what the Doctor is. And Hellbent, nothing.
And people think like there are people that don't think Series 1 is as good as like some of the other series. It really annoys me.
Why? Because it has bad CGI and it has cheesy farting aliens.
Even if you don't think it's top, even if you don't think it's like top, I mean, it's got at the very least like top 3.
I mean, it's got bad CGI. It's got cheesy farting aliens and like costume designs that are really cheap, and it's got like British references, but it's very soundly written. It's very deep.
It's very well written.
Yeah, the acting is phenomenal, and it's brilliant. Like, you think even the fucking Moffat episode in that is like 10 times better than 99% of the shit he wrote in his own era. Empty Child Doctor Dances is beautiful, and it's so much better than anything in Series 9, except maybe Heaven Sent.
Yeah, I think Series 1, even though it's not my favourite, I still think it's the most consistent series in New Who.
Yeah, there's no bad episodes. I mean,
There's not a single, like, terrible episode.
Yeah, I mean, Long Game's not the best, but like, it's not... Like,
it's average.
It's average. Everything else, I think, is pretty great, including End of the World, which is one of the weakest episodes, but it's still great and still better than most of Series 9, because it's actual fucking Doctor Who. Develops the characters, it has a good concept, it goes somewhere, does something, it doesn't fuck with the lore, it adds on to it. And mainly with the Doctor, it just does it absolutely right. Because Russell T Davies knows what he's doing. With Moffat, he's just fucking concentrated on the Clara shit, ruins the whole show.
Time Lords. They're all gone.
Man, I miss when Doctor Who was really fucking good. Gallifrey is pushed out of the picture, stomped to death after this episode. The story that should have happened with the Doctor against the Time Lords is non-existent. People's main rebuttal against people who hate this episode, talking about how Gallifrey is wasted, saying that it isn't the story that we expected.
And then it's not at all. It's the Doctor and Clara. It's their story. The whole of Series 9 is about the Doctor and Clara.
Why do you want a story about a planet?
We didn't want a story about the physical fucking planet. We wanted a story with the Doctor on Gallifrey against the Time Lord. We don't want a story physically about the planet itself. There have been many stories about stories on Gallifrey about the Time Lords and the Doctor, and this is no different. This is just fucking shit.
Asma, when I say that Series 1 is more consistent than Series 4, I do think that because I think Long Game is just slightly better than The Doctor's Daughter.
I agree.
That's why. I still think Series 4 is better, but Series 1 is more consistent.
I would also say that Series 4 has a lot of filler action scenes. That lets it down for me.
Yeah. I still think it's still, I think, my favourite series.
I also prefer... Personally, I also prefer the Series 1 finale because I think it's more focused. Though the Series 4 one's great because it's like massive fan wank, but the Series 1 finale is complete, utter substance and it's beautiful.
Yeah, but I also think that the finale actually has substance to it because it actually like goes in depth with the Doctor's character at that point with all the companions as well. No. So it actually is like meaningful service as well. Yeah. All that clip hurt. Why do you want a story about a planet? It's like these people think we want the story about the planet itself. You know, when we say we want a Gallifrey story, it's like, wow.
I agree. Prime Aliens of London is a strong story, and it's miles better than this piece of shit Hellbent. It's so much better in every single way. Yeah, it's got fighting aliens, but you know what? There's so much more to it than that. And guess what? The Doctor's fucking great in it.
I need that on a t-shirt, you dingle fuck.
Set up that narrative.
I have a new destination.
Yeah, and this also is a big point.
It's the same as anyone's. It's taken me so many years, so many lifetimes, but at last I know where I'm going. Home. The long way round.
When you set up in an episode that the goal for the Doctor in that point in time is to get to Gallifrey, and you show instances that he gets annoyed when he doesn't get there, then when we're on Gallifrey, officially, when the Doctor's on Gallifrey and he doesn't do what we expect him to do that you've been building up to, then that doesn't make any logical sense because the narrative that you've been setting up is not consistent. It doesn't make any sense. Instead, we get a mopey Doctor, a whiny Rassilon, and a pushover General who legit does nothing after her regeneration, making it all pointless. The Sister of Khan do nothing either and are meaningless. Like, what was the point of bringing them back at all?
And it doesn't make sense why they're there.
Redundant as hell, and I'm sick of her. Don't ever bring her back. Never.
Oh, I hate... Fuck, that's another thing. I was talking about acting. Maisie Williams' performance in that episode is terrible. It's so hard to watch. It's weird because she's actually alright in Face the Raven, but fuck in Hellbent, she saved her worst for last. She's horrible in it. She's so bad.
I love RTD, but I can't with you guys. Aliens of London and World War 3 is not good. I disagree. I think Aliens of London is actually really good.
Just watch Jake's reaction to Aliens of London. He convinced me on it.
World War 3, I can understand. I still think it's good, but it's like a bit messy, I think. But I think it's a good.
But part one though, part one is phenomenal. It's such a good episode.
I really like it. Even when I was younger, I really liked the story. And then when I learned that people really didn't like it, I was like, I guess the fighting does, But then I'm like, no, it's actually really well written. So fuck you.
And also, Hammy villains are the best, especially these ones.
The guy, the main Slovene is so fucking good.
Oh,
it's a perspective woman.
I can't wait till you get his little cameo in Game of Thrones. It's so fucking funny.
That story and
woman. I'm busy.
are polar opposites. Like, it's a incompetent shitfest, but it's really smart. But Hellbent looks competent, but it's basically a Clara fanfic put to film. But yeah, that's very true. Like, on paper, like, that story in Series 1, it, like, I think when you look at it from an outside perspective, I think people are like, man, that must be fucking awful. But it's not. It's actually fucking really well written.
Mm-hmm. The diversion as well. You know, when they crashed the spaceship, but it was all a diversion whilst they snuck into the...
Yeah, you know what that is? That's a good, like, instance of subverting your expectations.
Mm-hmm. Then you add on top of that the fact that they want to sell the planet because of the Time War.
It's trying to be a serious political story, but the comedy absolutely ruins it. I disagree.
Well, the thing is, I actually like the comedy, so it doesn't ruin it for me.
I think the comedy,
honestly,
is
I think this is one of the things. Like, it's one of those gate examples where if you can get past the comedy, or even in my case, enjoy the comedy, it's a fucking great episode. It's so good.
I think it works well with the political stuff because it's like they're just like shitting on it. Like, they don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
it's really good, and it fits with their characters.
Yeah, and it's also great satire. Great satire for politicians, especially if you live in in the UK right now, for example.
Yeah.
Russell T knows what he's doing. Watch Years and Years. Aliens of London. Aliens of London is like if Years and Years was like a parody.
Yeah, Years and Years is great.
Yeah, and then you get
and
you get the
I'm
sound.
trying to think. There's someone who doesn't like Tennant's Era who likes Years and Years. I'm trying to think.
Oh, a lot of people that just don't like Tennant's Doctor tend to say that.
Okay, I remember seeing someone specifically, but
there's a guy called Stu Bagfull that hates the RTD era of Doctor Who, but he enjoyed Years and Years.
Yeah, he also felt it's very sad by it. I watched his video on it. It was very interesting, but I still think Years and Years is very good.
Oh yeah, he's quite sensitive. He's known for like being very touchy when it comes to like mental health and darkness, and that's why he enjoys Rob Sherman's stuff because it handles it in a really controlled way, whereas RTD is a little bit like unhinged,
Yeah.
But I like RTD unhinged. It's very enjoyable when
Yeah.
Stuff like Turn
Years and Years is great. Go fucking watch it. It's only 6 episodes?
Yeah, and it's way better than the fucking shit that got nominated at the Golden Globes, like Game of Thrones, for example.
You fucking Kit Harington, who's all he says is like, "You are my queen.
You're my queen.
She is my queen."
The fucking the Joan Redfern actress from Years and Years was brilliant in that. And I shouldn't even say her. Fucking Emma Thompson as the politician.
She's fucking hilarious.
She's amazing in it. She's literally like, she's funny, entertaining, charming in the way that politicians are, and makes you want to vote for her by the end of the first episode.
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, and then it's revealed that she's a fucking Nazi. Like, that's brilliant. It's so good and much better than "She's my queen." The twist at
the end of episode 4 killed me.
Don't even spoil that. Yeah. Don't even spoil that.
I'm not gonna spoil it, but it's fucking great.
Oh yeah, it's classic RTD twist. Like when you get the penultimate episode twist with RTD. It's the same. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it is subverting your expectations, but done fucking well.
Yep. Anyway, let's get back to your Hellbent rage.
All right.
In any way, shape, or form, can't go back and do the correct story that should have happened. Clara means more than Gallifrey. Let that sink in. Fuck off. I don't understand anyone who thinks this is even close to being a positive episode. It wastes so much with something we already got in Face the Raven. The only decent things in this episode are the director and the music, and even then, some song choices are questionable at best.
And some directional shots aren't good either, like when they go through the tunnels.
Yeah.
And also, like you said, even though the scenery was nice, it doesn't make sense why he's walking away from the Gallifrey Citadel arcade.
And why is like the random sound effects as well really fucking put me
And also
off.
the fact that Clara's theme became diegetic.
Yep.
But I will concede
yeah.
that A Duty of Care is a good song. I just don't like the story that it's made to.
Yeah, it's like it's attached to a really bad plot point. The grandmother is great too. She played the vampire from Swiss and Jones. She's great.
Oh, she's
legit.
Oh, her
great.
speech from the last episode is phenomenal.
Yeah, that was fucking good.
Oh,
get her. So good.
Fuck, even the general from Hellbent was good in that.
Yeah, she was great.
Oh, the scene when she walks in on her husband with the gun. Oh, that show is so good. We need Russell T more on television writing this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And Murray Gold in Years and Years. All of like the chorus cliffhangers are like, they make my heart race.
You know, it really baffles me how people can like Hellbent but have seen series 1 to 6. It's because they fucking don't care about that era. Well, apart from series 6, but they don't care about series 1 to 5 in the same way that they care about series like 8 and 9.
Well, I mean, Seska says loves series 5 and she likes Hellbent, but
I mean, it's so how they can think love those and think Hellbent is good.
Oh, but it's all about fucking character attachment with some people. It's all it is. They don't give a shit about the story. They don't give a shit about Gallifrey. All that matters.
Yeah, that's why people like Last Jedi, because it's about character attachment.
Well, the only reason why they like this is because they were sad when she died and now she's back, and they're happy that a character that they care about is back. It's all they fucking care about, and it's an emotional exit. That's all it is. It's tears. But there's no fucking story that makes sense around it. It's not well written. It's terrible.
It honestly feels like Clara Who is all they've seen. Yeah, it's so odd how they think they make it seem like the Clara era of the show is like the most impactful.
It's the most destructive.
It's not even fucking close.
It's the most destructive.
It ruins the show.
I mean, the Clara era is when they dropped in viewership, like, significantly. I mean, David Tennant leaving did a little bit, but I've honestly, fucking Capaldi and Clara, I mean, obviously the casting Capaldi I feel bad about because I love him as an actor, and yeah, realistically, yes, it did have an impact because he wasn't as appealing to children as Matt Smith or David Tennant were, but Clara as well, in terms of the actual story, made a massive impact on people leaving as well. It's true. It's absolutely true. Because there's so many people that say, like, they stopped watching after Tennant, or they stopped watching after Matt Smith, or they stopped watching after, like, Series 8 or 9.
Yeah.
Because of the story.
There was, like, a big, like, drop-off.
Yeah, fucking hell, no one bloody watched Series 10, and no wonder why. Because why would you want to watch Series 10 after this? After this monstrous thing?
You got to think about it, and like people don't like to talk about the ratings, like some people don't. But like when you look at it, it says a lot how the ratings just completely drop off, especially after Smith's era. Like it's like you have to think that there are people, even casual people who watch it, are like, this is like not as good as it used to be. There's a reason why like Tennant's era is like the most popular, because it was like the most consistent like run, I would say.
Well, of New Who, yeah.
Yeah, of New Who. Series 1 to 4, I think, is the golden like years.
Absolutely is.
Like Series 6 to like 9 doesn't even touch.
That's like the shittest period in the entire show.
Worst. That's the worst run. Like Series 10 is like the best series since Series 5.
I'd say so. But you could even argue that like Series 10, whilst has some positives, it's not even that great. Like it's just a decent...
It's not even, yeah, it's really good.
By extension, if you like consider that Series 10's only got a few like really good episodes, you could even say that like Series 6 to 11 is the shittest period, because ultimately, whilst Series 10 has some positives, like it's still not as good as like the Davies era, in my opinion. That's just how I feel about it.
I don't think I can't even pronounce her fucking name. But I actually don't think she's a good reactor.
No, she's...
I really don't. I don't like her reactions.
Yeah, even her classic
Like
reactions.
every time Matt Smith came on screen, she would just scream. Like I get that you really like him. Like I completely get that, but come on. Like that is really irritating, and it makes me don't like. It really makes me I don't like Matt Smith. That's what it makes me feel, and I don't want to feel it because I fucking love Series 5. She does actually say that because she fucking realised that it's actually good, but like she completely doesn't.
Remember how she was like?
Remember how
she was lukewarm on Midnight and the Girl in the Fireplace.
What a fucking idiot!
And her favourite episode ever is the 11th Hour because it introduces Matt Smith's Doctor.
Oh, what a great! Like, don't get me wrong, it's a fucking great episode, but to say there's other reasons to say it's not your favourite episode.
It's not the best episode in the entire show. Come on now, like that's.
And
just
even
ridiculous.
if you thought that, there are many other reasons why you can think that because it's actually a really good episode.
It's not even the best episode of that series.
No, it's Amy's Choice.
Oh, it's Vincent and the Doctor.
Amy's Choice.
Oh well.
That's your opinion.
Oh well, Hellbent's worse.
To this again.
Oh, yeah.
This episode killed so many people's passions for the show and love for the show, basically questioning why they even bother with this amazing show. But when you make an episode as objectively destructive as this, it doesn't surprise me.
That was good. And I'm not like, oh, I wanted her tonight. I'm like, that is a good, beautiful exit. But to have him go to the lengths that he goes to bring her back is Moffat beating the audience over the head with the idea that she is the most important person in his life ever. Look at the lengths he's willing to go to. Look at the rules he's willing to break. Look at the lines he's willing to cross that he never crossed for any other companion in the history of this show. It's her. Because she's the best. Well, that's what I say to you, Moffat. You don't get to tell me who the best companion is, because that's what's great about this show. We get to decide who the best Doctor is for us. We get to decide who the best companion is for us. You don't get to dictate for us that Clara is best just because you fell in love with your own creation and wouldn't let her die after you gave her a great, beautiful death. No, you had to undermine everything and then completely throw under the bus the entire narrative that you built up about the idea of the Doctor getting back to Gallifrey. That gets literally tossed aside again, sacrificed on the altar of look how great Clara is and what he goes through to bring her back. And it wasn't even a case of like that was set up by Davies and he didn't want to deal with it. That was Moffat's plot line. He set that up himself and then he threw it away for this. Oh, fuck you, Moffat.
Hang on, pause. That is one of Council Geek's best rants on YouTube. I mean, he's done a few, like, there's a few he did. There's one he did on Donna's Exit and Journey's End that, in terms of, like, a positive, like, rant was, like, also brilliant as well. Like, he was amazing at that. But this is one of his best moments. Like, and like, as Matt Mahmood said, he says he disagrees with Council Geeks a lot, and I do too, but he nailed this. He absolutely nailed this.
He nailed this on the head.
Yeah. And now we're going to have the Who Addicts, which I remember this clip. It's brilliant.
It gets literally tossed aside again, sacrificed on the altar of look how great Clara is and what he goes through to bring her back. And it wasn't even a case of like that was set up by Davies and he didn't want to deal with it. That was Moffat's plot line. He set that up himself and then he threw it away for this. Oh, fuck you, Moffat.
Regenerate how fucking terrible that was. Well, that was hellbent, and it's made me fucking hellbent on killing Stephen Moffat. Even Willow's fucking it's all Willow.
Nothing is right.
Hey!
Nothing is right in that episode. It's all wrong-headed and nasty.
Isn't that how upbeat the music is?
Made me. I thought, what the fuck's the point of me watching? If this is what I'm gonna get, why do I invest?
Also, Invasion of Time would be on this list now.
Show? If everything is slapped back at me, right in my face, like a slap in the face, every element, every story beat, every character beat, everything The only two positives are Murray Gold's music and Rachel Talalay's narration. That is it. Everything else is shit. If someone loves Hellbent, please explain to us why. We're interested to know. Because every explanation we've been given, it comes from a perspective of like, oh, you didn't understand this or you didn't understand that. When we did understand it, we very much got it. We just did not like it. But we're really interested to hear it. As opposed to telling us what we got wrong, tell us what you got right about the episode. If that makes sense.
To make the pain and suffering stop.
That's such a fucking great.
Oh, there we go.
That's so good. Man, that was you a year ago on the last advent
Honestly,
calendar. Man.
If there's one big positive to say about Hellbent, is it brings out the best in Doctor Who YouTubers.
You look like you've lost the will to live in this clip, Connor.
She's lost the will to live. Medically, he's completely healthy, but he's just lost the will to live.
After watching Hellbent.
There's still good in him. That's what I'm saying about Stephen Moffat. It's still good in him.
Series 1. There's still good in him. We have to see how Dracula is. There's still good in him.
And then Moffat's in Vader's suit, and fucking the Emperor's like, "In your anger, you killed the show." I couldn't have. Clara was alive.
No. I felt it.
No.
Oh god, what a fucking great clip. I genuinely hope this never happens again. Like, never. When this aired, I was done with the show at the time. I'd given up by Series 7, so when I watched this for the first time, I was so confused and mixed. It wasn't something I liked at all, but now going through it bit by bit, I see the massive flaws, the inconsistent characters, and the destructive writing. Moffat is a great writer, but he's a bad showrunner. He dealt with too many things, and Doctor Who suffered for it. I know Moffat loves the show, but he failed in his duty of care for Doctor Who. People didn't take it seriously anymore, and people were clocking out. But who can blame them? If you think this is good, I don't get it. You can like this, but you have to know its flaws. Objective media is real. The room is a hotness of trash quality, and everyone knows it, but people love it because it is bad. We know it's bad, so you can't tell me that everything is subjective when those things exist. Hellbent has so many problems, and it ruins Doctor Who objectively. So if you like this, that's fine, but it's still not good. It is bad. It is horrible. It is hell.
Oh.
Well, guys, I hope you enjoyed this adaptation of MauLer's Unbridled Rages with the twist of Doctor Who. I had this idea for a while now and wanted to see if this style could be used to critique Doctor Who. This was a fun experiment, and I do hope that I've made MauLer proud. I've really come to really like his content, and I hope if he ever sees this, he also enjoys it. No idea if he watches Doctor Who, but I hope this video was good enough.
I hope Jay sees it.
But this could be trash, so I don't know. I really hope you guys have a really good Christmas. This project took me a long time to make, and I was really glad to get this on the release day that I aimed for. Obviously, there's the 4-year anniversary of Hellbent, and my god, it feels so long
Happy
ago.
4 years, everyone!
Patiently for this, because I know that a lot of my content has suffered in the wake of this, but I thought it was worth it. I really hope this shows the passion I have for this show. I love this show, but there are stuff in this show that I also hate, and Hellbent is one of them. If you do like Hellbent, that's fine, but this video was to show you that it has fundamental, factual problems. That's not me being opinionated. That's a fact. It has problems, it contradicts itself, and it ruins the lore of the entire show. It is bad. If you guys do want me to do more of this kind of stuff, I'd be more than happy to. I would actually like to do unbridled praise of a Doctor Who episode, just to sort of balance it out. If you have any suggestions, please let me know and I'll take it into consideration. This project took me a long time to
As
make.
Matt Maruda suggested that when he reacted to the
Absolutely.
video.
Next one, if I ever do it,
because it has
take time.
It actually has a similar story of the Doctor doing something he doesn't usually do. Like, it's very, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have a good Christmas, and I'll see you later.
And
this took me ages to make, and by God, I've learned to hate Hellbent so much more than I did when I started it. It's so bad. Just, please, Chibnall, please don't make an episode like this, please. Please, just don't. God.
No moving about. On pain of death, no one take a selfie.
Ah, fuck off! Don't take a selfie! Moffat.
Classic stinger.
Oh, what a vid. What a vid. That was lovely.
Oh my god. What'd you bring me?
The wait was worth it.
Yeah. Man. That was something.
That was something. Oh.
So what did everyone think?
Yeah.
Human Nature Family Blood, that would be a good one as well, because I actually fucking really like that.
Yeah, so I already knew it was the worst episode. Now I think it's the worser. It's even worser than it was.
Is the worst thing ever.
I'm dead serious on this. I'm not going to reveal what the number is, but my score for this episode has actually gone down since watching this video.
That's amazing.
I couldn't imagine hating it even more than I did. It's fucking terrible.
A 42-minute video has made you hate an episode you already thought was the worst thing ever.
Yeah,
even more.
It's even worse because that now all of my problems have now been condensed and brought to the surface and all together, and now I have an actual idea of every single problem I have with Hellbent at the same time without forgetting any of them. And fuck, that was what a terrible episode.
Fucking awful.
Oh no. Well, I'm gonna go right into my. I'm going right into my notes right now, where I have all my episodes with like the numbers next to them. I'm literally changing it as we speak. This episode, fucking piece of trash.
Fucking awful.
Absolute trash. The only thing with Human Nature Family of Blood is that Full Fat Videos did a video on that episode. So you'd be probably repeating stuff that people have already seen. But I think Waters of Mars definitely deserves like a full breakdown video. Maybe you could have it... Oh, fuck, it'll be giving you a lot of time, but if you really wanted to just relax, you could just give yourself 11 months to do it, because its anniversary is in like November next year.
True.
Unbridled Rage for the Wedding of River Song. I mean, I think
that's I
mean, it's possible, but wouldn't you want to do like a praise rage, like make it even?
Yeah, our next one I'll definitely do is a praise, and then I'll probably do another rage, maybe.
Depends on how much time you spend on doing them. That's all.
Yeah, because this took me 4 months.
Oh yeah, that's quite a lot. And also, you've got to do your other content too. So yeah, yeah. So that was fucking great. I really like that. And now with all that bile built up, are we ready to watch another video on Hellbent?
Oh no, more?
Yeah,
I'm ready.
So
before that, I'm just gonna go in and get some food and drink.
Yeah, so I'm gonna search.
Unbridled Rage on Silver Nemesis. That could happen. I could do one if I'm gonna do a classic one. That would be the one I'd pick. Silver Nemesis is fucking awful.
Oh well. But yeah, I'll search for the video, and whilst we're doing that, I'll take any questions that any of you guys have that you'd like to ask me. Oh, and also. Actually, no, what I'll do right now is I'll read out what Game Controller Prime DM'd me about Hellbent, because that'll be interesting. But before we do that, I just need to search for the video that we're going to be watching. But yeah, if you guys have any questions, ask them now, because this is a good time to do it whilst we're in between videos. Let's see. So as you can see, it'll be the...
Have you been watching
Stop.
carefully?
Stop. Pause.
Throughout the series of reviews.
Fucking stop. Alright. So, Harry's Moving Castle review of Hellbent is what we'll be doing next. Now let's see. The disrespect for Twin Dilemma, though. I don't know. Moffat was a great showrunner for his first series, but then he lost his mind. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I think there's a lot of dangling threads in series, but I binged the show. My negativity from Hellbent stayed. I think that is true to some extent, because I have rewatched part of Series 10 recently, and some of it has gone down slightly, but I'm not sure if that's to do with Hellbent. I'm not sure about that. It's a hard one to answer. There's so many different variables. But I do like Series 10. I don't love it. I don't think it's like phenomenal or anything, but I do like Series 10 overall. And I'm not 100% sure if it's accurate to say it's just because of Hellbent. There is definitely something to be said about Bill being the new companion over Clara. Yeah, I don't know. You really got to judge it episode by episode for that one. As Matt says, Human Nature, Family of Blood would be a good suggestion. I already said that. Full Fat's video on that was phenomenal. It's a very good video. Unfortunately, I think it's a bit of clickbait though, because the title is different to what he actually discusses within the video. Silver Nemesis is a worse watch than Hellbent. It's not a worse episode objectively, but it's more painful to watch. I don't doubt that. I completely understand what you're saying. I haven't seen Silver Nemesis, but I already know exactly what you mean. Series 12 stuff. Which confirmed writers for Series 12 do you want to write the Jadoon and the Cybermen? Well, I don't know who those writers are. I don't know. I haven't looked them up. Do we know what they are?
Yeah, it's all been confirmed.
Okay, who are they?
We've got 3 writers from Series 11 in.
So obviously there's Chris Chibnall, right? And then there's isn't Vinay Patel? I think he said, and Ed Hyam are doing.
Let me go to series.
Yeah,
Doctor Who.
Like
series
from the acting, the production, the plot, everything is abysmal. Well, again, I haven't seen Silver Nemesis, so I can't comment. But I know Callum, you've seen it.
Yes, and it's awful.
Whilst you're looking for that, I'll just open up Game Triller Prime's thing as well. Oh, it's quite a long paragraph. Have you found it, Callum?
Yes, I've got.
Okay, so who are the writers?
I think I have. Here we go. We've got Nida Manzu,
Don't know
Emma
who that is.
Sullivan,
Don't know who that is.
Jamie Magnus Stone.
Don't know who that is.
We have Lee Haven Jones.
Don't know who that is.
Oh no, that's director. Sorry.
Oh.
The new writers. There are 3 new writers. There's Nina Midtriver.
Don't know
I don't
who
know how
that
to
is.
pronounce his surname. Maxon Alderton.
Don't know who that is.
And Charlene James.
Don't know who that is.
And then we have, in addition, we have 3 writers returning from Series 11. We've got Veena Patel, who wrote Demons of the Punjab.
Mm-hmm.
Ed Him, who wrote It Takes You Away. And then Pete McTeague, who wrote Kablam.
Right.
And then Chris Chibnall,
Right.
obviously.
Oh, shit.
So when we're talking about, okay, so we have 3 writers who, let's be honest, wrote the more popular episodes from Series 11. So I guess in a sense that's
yeah,
a
so
smart thing
more
to do.
popular in terms of what people think of them. Yeah, sure. I'm not a big fan of Kablam though. I think it's a bit shit.
Yeah, but in terms of like reception, those 3 episodes were probably regarded as the best from that series.
Demons was pretty
wide.
Demons was pretty like, depending on what your view was of the how it handled the. I don't know. I think you do have a point in that. I think Demons was more well received than some of the others. It Takes You Away is an interesting one because if you're like a Doctor Who fan, you like most people like that's one of the better ones. But most people in the general public thought it was weird and like baffling.
I loved it, and I still really like it.
It's like one of those weird cases of depending on which side
But
you're
if
on.
I were to pick 3 writers from Series 11 to come back, I would probably choose those.
Maybe. I wouldn't choose any of them.
At least I would.
I wouldn't choose anyone, including Chibnall. In terms of who I want to write the Jadoon and the Cybermen, I want Russell T Davies to write the Jadoon, and I don't know, fucking Rob Sherman to do the Cybermen. How about that?
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad that Ed Him is coming back because I actually think he has potential to write a really, really creative and fun
I wouldn't want him doing
in-depth story.
I wouldn't want him doing a pre-existing villain though. I want him to do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Just make the exposition a bit less, because that was one big problem I had with It Takes You Away, was just how fucking Jodie couldn't stop talking about the fucking solar tract.
I have to explain every detail to Yaz, otherwise she won't know.
I liked It Takes Away more for the creative aspect of it. I do think the exposition is not great, but I think from a creative perspective, I really, really enjoyed it.
Yeah. I mean, if you watch my reaction, I was completely baffled. I was like, what? It was very weird.
I was like, I loved like how baffled I was though I still understood what the story was.
Nina Mativia was the script editor for Woman Who Fell to Earth and It Takes You Away. So is her episode going to have a lot of fucking exposition in it then?
Oh, that might be, yeah. Ooh. Maybe.
Yeah, so Kablam, it doesn't make sense why the Doctor is pro-corporation, because in every other instance, the Doctor's been anti-corporation. Especially Series 10. So, like, what the fuck? And she's anti-corporation within Series 11 as well, like, in other episodes. It's so odd.
Like, the show running is really bad in Series 11, because in one episode, she's like, I love a conspiracy. And then in Kablam, she's like, I don't like conspiracies.
Yeah, what the fuck?
It's like really bad.
What do you think of the rumors of the Master coming back in Series 12? I don't like it. I don't want the Master to come back, like, when Chibnall's around. Like, Missy's death in The Doctor Falls was fine. I don't want that to be retconned. I understand the Master coming back, like, eventually, but I don't want it to happen now. I was happy with that ending. And I just feel like Jodie with the Master would just be so horrible. Like, it just wouldn't work. She's not confrontational enough to face the Master. It's the same thing with, like, one of the reasons why they probably didn't do it with Matt Smith is because his Doctor doesn't suit having the Master.
That's why the Time Lord works instead.
Yeah. Anyway, let's read out Game Troller Prime's idea for Hellbent. Fuck the whole episode. Instead, the hybrid is revealed to be the Metacrisis Doctor. Oh.
Whoa. Okay.
In their universe, he outlived Rose because his physiology was a lot more complex than the Doctor initially thought, and his lifespan is much longer than anticipated. So that would be actually quite heartbreaking, because Rose, again, didn't get to live the life she wanted. So basically, his only anchor to sanity is gone, so he fucks everything up and finds himself in the bubble universe of... Well, it would make sense, because it's like a human David Tennant Doctor, so it would make sense why he would go so chaotic without Rose. Especially the one from the Christmas Invasion, because that's exactly what the hybrid Doctor is. So the real Doctor ends up on Gallifrey and they clash both... Wow, so they'd have to bring back David Tennant, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
That would be pretty insane.
Oh my god. A bit off topic, but I just scrolled on Twitter and I've just seen more images of Rise of Skywalker.
Oh.
Oh god, the leaks are true. Oh god.
Well,
oh no.
Well,
no.
I'll try not to look, because I want to watch the movie and witness it for myself in full IMAX 4K or whatever the hell it is.
There's an image below it. That's Mace Windu when he says, "And our worst fears have been realised."
This party's over.
I legit can't fucking wait to watch it.
Oh, it's gonna be a fun mess.
It's gonna be so bad. It's gonna be so bad, and I can't wait.
It sounds counterproductive, but it's true.
David Tennant as a properly dark Doctor would be insanely good. Yeah, it probably would.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it would basically be like what Paul McGann is in Big Finish.
It'd basically be a bit like, I would assume, a little bit like how he is in Jessica Jones, but obviously characterization would be a bit different.
Mm.
But like in the way he like performs.
Well, it'd be like, we got hints of it in like Family Blood and Waters of Mars.
Yeah, something like that.
It would also be very corrupt as well, which is something that I really appreciate about End of Time.
Yeah.
There's some people think they're like, oh, but the Doctor's contradicting himself. It's like, no, he's fucking corrupt. He doesn't know what he's thinking. His morality on guns is causing him to completely break down.
Yeah.
Anyway. So the real Doctor ends up on Gallifrey and they clash, both trying to find a Gallifrey self-destruct button hidden somewhere on the planet, with the real one trying to save it and the Metacrisis. In the end, the Metacrisis nearly destroys Gallifrey, but the Doctor and him have a heart-to-heart about losing a loved one, and the Doctor convinces him this course... And this would make sense, because Metacrisis would have lost Rose, and Capaldi would have just lost Clara. So there's sort of a mirror there. In the end, Metacrisis nearly destroys Gallifrey. And the Doctor convinces him this course of action is pointless, so instead the Metacrisis kills himself. Jesus Christ. Or you could switch it around and have it be the Metacrisis trying to bring back Rose like 12 does for Clara, and the Doctor trying to prevent it. Yeah, so that would actually, because, I don't like the fact that that's possible within the canon, but let's say, for example, you have to have that weird thing that Moffat put in Hellbent so he could bring back Clara. Like, let's say it actually exists, and then the Doctor convinces the Metacrisis that despite the fact that you can do it, you shouldn't. Like, you shouldn't do it. Not only because it's a paradox, and fucking Father's Day proved this, but not only is it a paradox, but it's also morality, it's wrong morally. Because you're cheating someone out of their death. The death that they, said that, basically Clara says in Hellbent when he takes her out, don't take those memories away, or don't let, whatever the fuck she says, I can't even remember. And then she says something in Face the Raven about it too. What do I think of this potential? I mean, it's better than Hellbent, right? But it's not...
It's just how it's probably executed.
Yeah, it's still, I think, has a lot of, it's a bit weird, because the whole thing of David Tennant returning, I'm not a big fan of. Just returning as the Metacrisis is a bit weird. It's strange. It's a decent... I would say it's a decent bit of fan fiction, and it's better than Hellbent, but it's still not, great. That's what I would say about it. But considering that Game Trailer Prime, you're just some, random person that's not a professional writer, and you came up with that, that's actually not bad. So, well done. Are we ready to move on to the next video, Callum?
Yes.
So this is a video by a YouTuber called Harry's Moving Castle, who is a very well-known Doctor Who YouTuber. He's very critical of this show. He was very critical of Heaven Sent. He gave it a 4 out of 10, which is mind-blowing. He also did a review of Hellbent, which we are going to watch and critique. Is that correct?
Yes, and obviously this was made when the episode actually released, so it's actually 4 years old, so his opinion could change, but we're just going to go through this video specifically because, to be honest, there are probably still people now that would make the argument say he's going to make properly.
Yep.
Have you been watching carefully throughout the
so you're on
series
4 seconds,
of
5
reviews?
seconds, 6 seconds, it's all good?
I'm on 9.
Yep.
How many did you see?
Okay, we're going to wait for the cringe part to end. What the fuck is this?
I'm assuming it's a running joke he did.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Fucking I forgot about this. Oh my god. It's like Bad Wolf.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're all wondering then, what is the meaning of
the irony
party?
Is that the hybrid is a very similar thing in the sense that it's referenced throughout the series, and it leads to fuck all. At least with this thing that he's made, this repeated meme, it's funny. It actually leads to something. It's like, oh my god, he put that in all his videos? That's hilarious. So he did something better than Moffat. Anyway.
There is no reason, it's just funny. Enjoy the review.
Are you sitting comfortably?
Yes.
Then we'll begin.
Is this Idiot's Lantern? Oh no, hang on.
I don't think so.
There are some spoilers for this week's episode coming up, so look away now because
spoilers,
about
guys.
some of the key events in this episode. The finale opens with the Doctor going to an American diner where Clara is seen scribbling with boredom. This is, of course, the same diner from 2011's episode The Impossible Astronauts, which they catch on to later, which I'm glad they did. Otherwise, I'd be calling it out for being a reused set. If you listen carefully, upon entrance, we hear the...
But we've already said, like, why it's now a plot hole.
Yeah, Matt Smith walked out of the TARDIS.
Sound of a rendition of Queen's Don't Stop Me Now, similar to that of, or it might even be the same song, the performance we saw in the Mummy on the Orient Express last year. This opening was great because of a couple of things. Firstly, because the Doctor's guitar rendition of Clara's theme works a lot nicer than Clara's sappy piano version. The latter version...
But it doesn't work.
It doesn't work as a story, though.
No.
So he likes the music, that's why it's a good episode. He likes the sound of the music.
10 out of 10.
Right, okay.
Far too innocent for a character with so much flair to her.
So much flair.
The scene playing sounds more like a tribute to the two's adventures together.
What
the
flair?
second thing I love about the scene establishes so brilliantly the assumption that Clara's mind has been erased and not the Doctor's, which would change later on in the episode, but it certainly had me fooled. The title's role in Jenna Coleman's name is put back in there. As soon as the episode started, I'd simply settled with the fact that Clara will be on the payroll forever now. If the opening scene wasn't so brilliant, I might have been rather bitchy about this, but it wasn't, so Clara's inclusion is welcome.
But how is it brilliant? But you just said that you liked the music.
It's brilliant.
What? Did I miss something?
You can rewind it and see what you actually said.
I don't want to rewind it, I don't give a shit.
As soon as the episode started, I'd simply settled with the fact that Clara will be on the payroll forever now. The Doctor is seen playing sounds more like a tribute to the two's adventures together. The second thing I love about the scene establishes so brilliantly the assumption that Clara's mind has been erased and not the Doctor's, which would change later on in the episode.
No,
it certainly had me
we all assumed that it was a different incarnation of Clara. That's what I assumed when I first watched it.
I'm just gonna check on my cat for a second. Just hold.
Yeah, that's alright.
Just bear with me.
Yeah, like he says, like, oh, we have to assume that her mind has been erased. It's like, no, it's clearly leaning on the fact that that she did like different incarnations. It's a bit odd. I don't get how he went to that conclusion. It's a very odd way he's thought there, because I don't think many people thought that. I think he completely missed the point with that.
Anyway.
The title's role in Jenna Coleman's name is put back in there. As soon as the episode started, I'd simply settled with the fact that Clara will be on the payroll forever now. If the opening scene wasn't so brilliant, I might have been rather bitchy about this, but it wasn't, so Clara's inclusion is welcome for me as I wanted to know why she didn't know who Clara was. We're back on Gallifrey, and for some reason we hear the stock sound effect of an eagle cry in the background. Strange. I thought eagles were from Earth. I knew from...
Wow.
That's what that's your criticism of it, though? That they're just from Earth and not that there's none in the sky whatsoever?
Oh, well, it's an American diner and eagles are American.
Oh. Yeah, but like, no, seriously, like, it's like there's no birds in the sky in this shot, so why is there a later sound effect of a bird?
No fucking idea.
It's like there are probably birds on other planets.
Series that this episode would be where the majority of the budget would go to, and it certainly pays off. This backdrop with the Doctor walking in the desert is bloody gorgeous. Credit is given where credit is due, and I love the designs of the Gallifreyan city.
Wasted resources though.
The inner nerd in me kind of broke out when Gallifrey opened up because we've been waiting for an episode like this for a long time.
Yeah, but that's all there is to Hellbent. It's just like, look, Gallifrey, look, classic TARDIS. Look, Jenna Coleman's beautiful breasts. Like, there's nothing to this fucking episode. It's shit.
Yeah.
That we don't spend an awful long time on it, when you consider all the time dedicated to a shielder at the end of the universe and Clara's segments in the retro TARDIS. The last 2/3 of this episode is dedicated to saving Clara, and the rest of the Gallifrey stuff is just sort of forgotten about. Inside the highest tower, our Lord and Saviour Rassilon stands high and mighty, wondering what to do about the hybrid. I love how Meister Lewin from Game of Thrones has now been resurrected as the president of Gallifrey.
I don't.
To be fair though, his performance is pretty good, and the casting team
No, it's not.
Choosing him
He's
for this episode.
he's like he's not.
He's
like,
he's a whiny child.
All right, listen. He's a good actor. He's a good actor, but he's not Rassilon. Completely miscast. This guy, fucking what's his name? It's like Donald Sumter. He's tailor made for agreeable. What's the word? Like passive characters. So characters like in Game of Thrones, he plays like a maester, which is it's almost like a medical expert, but he almost plays like a grandfatherly role to the young children, and he's like, gives advice to him about all the different rules and houses and advice about like their livelihood, and he's extremely like passive and nice and almost like monk-like. In fucking Doctor Who, playing Rassilon, he's meant to be the same Time Lord that Timothy Dalton was in The End of Time, and he's not even that. He's a fucking bitch. It's like, what is going on here?
Constantly whining and constantly getting like dicks around, like constantly in the first 15 minutes.
So the wrong actor for the part you're playing, and the part you're playing doesn't even match the part you played before.
Considering we've had so many cameos from the Game of Thrones cast members in the past 2 years, it's about bloody time one of them was worthwhile. The Doctor goes...
What? You think that's worthwhile? God. Oh no. There was 2 in Cold War, and there was 2 in Tooth and Claw as well. Actually, no, there was 3 in Tooth and Claw. There was 3 Game of Thrones actors in Tooth and Claw.
And they were all better than this.
Yeah, the opening title sequence has both of them.
No, the face of man.
The fist of man.
Last year's episode, listen, a random old woman appears, and I'd really like to know who she is. Is that Mummy Who? Auntie Who? Long lost Mrs. Nesbit Who? I love how she didn't give his name away either. Very good writing there, Moffat, you massive fucking cock tease.
I mean, he just didn't say it. He just didn't write it. I don't get how that's great writing.
Look at Jenna's legs and that gorgeous green screen. Love
us. That take is so hot, my face just burned off. I don't get how he thinks that her not saying the Doctor's name is clever.
I don't like looking at Moffat's teeth.
Oh, is that what you're paused on?
Yes. It's
I'm on 4 minutes and I'm on the old women.
I'm on 4 minutes as well.
It must be milliseconds.
Frames.
Once again, Murray Gold creates an outstanding score for this episode. He must work very hard to
That's
create
true.
those
There is
movies
one.
every
There's
year.
one good track. There's
Thematic
actually
use of the
there's
Doctor's
2 good tracks from this episode. There's A Duty of Care, but there is a good track, and there's also the like small like quiet version of Eccleston's theme that's played in that scene.
No, I don't like the whistle version. It actually really irritates me.
Is it too like on the nose?
Yeah, it's way too on the nose. It's just like I don't like it at all.
I like it as a piece of music on its own. Same with A Duty of Care, but I don't like it within the story. That's what I was saying.
I think there are 2 versions of it that are like similar but not the same. The one I hate the most is when all the soldiers drop their guns. Like the very whistly version. Like it's like I really don't like that.
Oh no, you're right. No, that one's shit. No, I mean the one that plays when he's actually in the barn.
Yeah, that one's fine. It's fine. I wouldn't say it's great.
I mean, like I like it in isolation, not in terms
Yeah.
of the story itself.
Honestly, I can't remember any of the music from the episode. That's all I can remember is those pieces of music.
Well, after this live stream, go on Spotify or YouTube or wherever you find your Murray Gold music and search A Duty of Care. Obviously, that line is fucking disgusting and horrible and one of the worst things about Series 9, but the piece of music he writes for it, I think, is very good. It's almost like an epilogue to the Heaven Sent score as well.
It's like when Lord Slot hates like the really funky music from Series 4 because it's attached to Tennant's like crazy antics at the beginning of End of Time.
Murray Gold silly music.
Yeah, exactly. Good Queen Bess.
I think the best Murray Gold silly music is A Noble Girl Uptown.
Which one is that?
It's Donna's theme from, from Partners in Crime, like the updated version.
I love that. It's great.
But it's like the updated version. It's like it's both of them.
It fits very well with that episode and. FYI, I hate you two for reminding me this episode exists. Not seen or tried remembering this episode since I watched it.
Yeah, well, it's a piece of garbage.
It's fucking awful.
He wrote back in 2005 recurs throughout this episode. Obviously, this series celebrates 10 years since the revival, and I really think that shows through the music in the past 3 episodes compared to the rest of the series.
So you're saying that you fucking love this episode just because of the music?
Well, he said the last 3 episodes.
Oh, right. That's true, because the Face Raven Heaven Sent scores are great.
This one's awful, though. And like you said, this is a celebration of 10 years of New Who when this episode is fucking garbage.
Class of Gallifrey then show up to watch him eat. Then again, he is basically an angel to the entire Time Lord race, and this is emphasized later when he wins over the army, so I guess these people would happily starve themselves for billions of years if it meant they could get a glimpse of the fabled hero of Gallifrey. A massive spaceship shows up and the sheer size is brilliant.
I think it's stupid.
It's just weird.
It's like, I guess you can make that argument, sure, but it's like, I think it's really weird that people are just watching him eat.
Yeah, it's strange.
It's very oddly staged.
It's a bit like when Luke drinks from the tit, you know, on the last.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't get the point he's trying to make.
Represented by this comparison shot here. The Doctor makes a line in the sand, backs away from the ship and returns home. The General then personally visits...
Well, he just skipped through all of that.
He skipped through like a bunch of weird shit that makes no sense. It's just
weird. No, like they're him
like
drawing the line.
Everything in this episode, regardless of whether it makes sense or not, everything has to be a fucking metaphor. Like, calm down.
Yeah.
Does it all have to be metaphorical? Oh.
Yeah, it's fucking... I just love how he just skipped through like 2 minutes.
I love Partners in Crime too, Asmat.
I think it's great. Great opener.
Visits the Doctor in a hilariously executed sequence where the Doctor closes the...
It's not funny. It makes me feel like that the story is trying to stretch itself out to like the hour that it is when it actually could have been just 45 minutes.
Yeah.
The door to the man's face. Why these people didn't just jump in a TARDIS and make their way there instead of those massive CG planes is beyond me, though.
Well,
but then again,
you've just pointed out another plot hole that I didn't even realize existed.
Spaceship attacking a...
You just fucking pointed out another plot hole that I didn't even know existed. They could have just used the TARDIS to get in there. Oh dear. What a bit.
Beyond me, though. But then again, it seems almost like the opening to Star Wars, where a massive spaceship...
This is not the same as the opening to Star Wars.
It's not.
They are so different.
What, because it's a spaceship?
That's a really bad comparison.
Power of the Empire compared to the individuals who oppose the aristocracy. After several visits from several idiots, the president finally shows his face. Henchman
for a bad leader, I don't know.
That's really odd. Like, he just says, well, now we get a couple of idiots. It's like, how did you know that? Oh well.
Aristocracy. After several visits from several idiots, the president finally shows his face. This scene is where Donald Sumpter's performance shines brightest as he gets impatient and grows.
No, it's where it fucking goes down the shitter. He's just whining and bitching, he's losing control, but it's not in a clever way. It's just really... Ugh. It just comes across as so whiny. It's not intimidating at all.
Oh dear. Angry, a complete polar opposite to the majority of performances I've seen him create over the past few years. Just as the firing squad shoot at the Doctor, we have this really excellently dragged out shot.
No, that's not what happens. It cuts away to Clara and the Doctor. That is not what happened. He completely skips over the really jarring cutaway to the diner.
And also, I'd just like to add, he's much better in Game of Thrones because he feels like an actual character.
Guys, he's doing good at acting as a shitty, whiny character.
Oh dear. Are you on 528?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Of the door to the Doctor that lengthens the cliffhanger to an uncomfortable amount of time, bringing tension to the forefront. This is great because I can see how this could have been executed in a typically comedic fashion, but our director Rachel Talalay, sorry if I pronounced your name wrong there dear, decided to make this part intense instead of the usual witty comments that would ordinarily follow. The Doctor...
Well, his argument there is wrong because of the cutaway to the diner. Because that takes the tension out of the air. So even with the direction, that's very nice. The scene that's implemented between those two things ruins what he's just said.
Yeah, so the editing has actually undercut the direction. And the editing comes
so like,
down
if that
to the
wasn't
fact
there,
that...
If that wasn't there, I actually would agree with him.
And it's because of the way Moffat's written the story.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, what he says, if that scene in the diner wasn't there, I'd actually agree with him. But because it's there, it ruins the tension and it's super jarring.
Anyway.
Takes command of Gallifrey and we return to face the Raven in order to save Clara from death. The scene then transforms into the...
Wait, he just skipped? What the fuck? How much did he just skip?
I don't know.
Ordinarily follow. The Doctor takes command of Gallifrey and we return...
Yeah, he just completely skipped over Rassilon, being bitched out.
He just skipped the entirety of Rassilon's thing, him then going to the cloisters, and then them talking about the hybrid. He just skipped, 5 to 7 minutes.
Oh, well.
Wow, that is that is shocking.
Long man bad.
That is really bad. He's just skipped important parts of the story
over,
of
but
why
just
it's
saying
bad.
the Doctor takes over Gallifrey. That's apparently what happens.
He doesn't talk about how the guards not the guards, sorry, the soldiers dropped their guns. He didn't talk about how Rassilon was then kicked off. He didn't show that they established that they were at the end of the time continuum. They didn't establish that they think the hybrid is a crossbreed of stuff. It's like he just skipped so much. Wow, that's terrible. That is really bad.
Face the Raven in order to save Clara from death. The scene then transforms into the beginnings of an LSD trip before Clara is then in the room with the rest of them. The Doctor then shoots the General, runs off with Clara.
What the why is he skipping so much of the story?
The Doctor just shoots the General as if that's nothing.
What the fuck? He just skipped 10 minutes. In just a few lines.
He just very quickly just said, oh, the Doctor shoots the General.
What the fuck?
It's so weird. It's so weird because
God.
when he reviewed School Reunion, he nitpicked that the Doctor picked up this electronic box that's not connected to anything. And then in this is a moment in the fucking story where the Doctor murders someone in cold blood, and he's like, oh, the Doctor kills someone.
He doesn't even bother going over details. He doesn't try to be tries to defend it anyway. He just skips over it, which is pretty much the crux of the story. That is that's the moment in the story, the moment, and he just skipped over it. That is terrible. That is fucking terrible editing and like writing of a script for a review. He skipped like 10 minutes of the episode now.
And he skipped...
Which is probably the most important part of the episode. Jesus Christ.
And then the general regenerates into a black female. Now, I'm not sure if this was some kind of tongue-in-cheek joke about the Doctor probably not regenerating into a woman whilst Moffat's in charge, or if this is just the BBC's standard political correctness at work here. Either way, it's not a problem for me, considering both Ken Bones and Tania Miller do a good enough job at playing basically the same role.
She literally has like 30 seconds of screen time after she regenerates. So I don't understand where you could get that from. She doesn't do anything. I think she says like 3 lines after she regenerates. She says that thing, and then she says 2 lines in the close.
Okay, so he likes it because the actors are good.
Yeah.
Fuck, could you get more surface level than that? Actors, music, direction. It's so surface level. Just completely skipping over one of the worst...
Details.
Most important moments in the history of this show. Oh, the Doctor shoots General and leaves.
Bye. Yeah, they run off.
As if it doesn't
Down in the depths
matter.
of Gallifrey, Clara and Docky wander around for a bit discussing the Neuroblock. It turns out that Jamie Reed Coral is back once again on those bloody Heelys in the background of these scenes.
What the fuck?
Oh, okay. Alright. Fine.
Okay.
There's some...
He spent more time on that than going over from Rassilon, getting kicked off the planet, to the Doctor shooting someone.
Why did people like these videos? Why has he got so many subscribers?
That was like what, like 12 seconds or something?
Why does he have so many subscribers?
That was really bad.
Oh my god.
It's worse because he skips over so much of the episode, but he has time to do a quick joke with a little bit that happens in the episode.
God, no wonder he fucking likes Moffat.
God.
Great design work here, and it's a shame that this shot here is all we really truly see of the sliders. Having said that, they do add a lot when describing how Ghastliver placed Gallifrey.
I don't fucking remember the sliders. They're so forgettable. They mean nothing to the story.
He's so fixated on the sliders that he forgot that Rassilon got kicked off the planet.
Like, for like 4 years, I didn't know what the sliders were until I rewatched Hellbent. That's how fucking forgettable it is.
Where the poor have to live in the desert and has monsters below the decks of the city. I know I wouldn't want to live there myself. Despite the lack of screen time the sliders get, I really appreciated the amount of backstory they have, in that the dead are stored onto the hard drive and used as guards to stop intruders. This is really interesting considering this is very similar to what Missy did in last year's finale. We then encounter some old foes that try to break into the database, where we see some weeping angels, Daleks and other standard monsters you'd expect for them to throw at us when they run out of ideas for what to put
standard
down.
monsters.
These monsters make
Oh yeah, the Weeping Angels are so standard.
sense to be in here. However, they are just the generic run-of-the-mill monsters.
What?
we've seen countless times.
What? What the fuck? Are you serious? Run of the mill.
Run of the mill.
The Daleks, the Cybermen. I mean, I suppose in the Moffat era you can maybe make that argument, but in the context of the whole show, the Daleks, the Cybermen, and the Weeping Angels are like the holy trinity of villains. Like, it doesn't get better than that.
They're the Mount Rushmore of Doctor Who.
Yeah, them and the Master. Like, you cannot get better than that. Like, what the fuck?
That's really odd.
Before, making this scene look rather cheap compared to the rest. The Doctor and Clara then ramble on whilst trying to activate the Matrix. The guards come down and she finds out that the Doctor...
They're not trying to activate the Matrix, they're trying to go through the escape hatch. So he's just got that wrong.
Doctor was in the confession dial for 4.5 billion years. However, instead of showing an ounce of gratitude for his actions and patience, she just bitches to him like he's done something wrong.
I actually in that moment understand what Clara's emotion. Like, of all the things to nitpick, that one seems odd to me.
It's funny because Clara's dialogue in Hellbent, in like the first half of her appearance, it's weird because she's criticizing the Doctor on things that we criticize the episode for. It's so bizarre. But then obviously when the TARDIS turns up, she completely changes.
Yeah. So I don't understand how he could say that Clara's bitching and whining when, like, she's right. Oh god, this video.
If the Doctor wasn't so fucking whipped by Clara, I reckon he would have just turned around and bellowed, "You should be more fucking grateful." But to be fair,
that would have been
I
great.
was under the impression that he was reset every time he died, so his mind wasn't running for 4.5.
That's actually wrong, because I actually pointed that out in my video, and that's actually apparently wrong. So yeah, he's got that wrong, Warren.
Billion years, only the amount of time it took him to figure out he needed to punch a wall a few times. Even still, Clara could have been...
Oh god, yeah, so that's right, he hates Heaven Sent.
Fucking idiot. I hope his opinion has changed, because he's really stupid here.
She's a strong, independent woman and all, but come on. The Doctor then steals the TARDIS, and I really liked that we have a Gallifreyan representation of a TARDIS placed right in front of us. It's basic as fuck, but I like it, especially the interior too, revisiting the old retro look.
Okay, so we understand that this episode has good actors in it. It has a good director, despite the editing. It has good music, despite it having bad context, but it has good music. And it has a classic TARDIS.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Game Troll replying. This guy doesn't like. At the time of when he put this video out, he didn't like Heaven Sent.
Yeah, he gave it a 4 out of 10. He gave Heaven Sent a 4, and he gave Tooth and Claw and School Reunion a 4 as well.
Yeah, because he doesn't like good episodes.
If this is a brand new set made for this episode, or if this is the original set.
Yeah, it probably was.
If you know the answer, do spread the word to the good people in the comments section. Clara still has no pulse and a nasty tattoo on her neck, so we travel to the end of time itself to truly escape the Time Lord's grasp. There's a knock on the TARDIS door, and at first I thought we were going to return to that scene in last
Remember
year's
how
episode,
when Russell T did it in Utopia, it was like a massive deal, and then when it happened in Listen and Hell Bent, it meant absolutely fucking nothing.
Mm-hmm. We're going to the end of the universe.
Where Orson Pink travels to the end of time in Earth's first time machine. Oh yeah, I guess Danny Pink never had kids in the end, did he? So at the end of the universe, despite my prayers for
apparently that's
Orson
good.
Pink return were ignored, my least favourite character of the series sits smugly in her
Well, no, it's a
chair
plot
as
hole.
she watches the universe end.
It's a fucking plot hole.
Yeah.
That Danny Pink never had
Yeah, it's
kids.
a big plot hole. Yeah.
Fortunately, though, she is written into the episode splendidly and doesn't have much to say.
No,
Her
she's
character
not.
arc ends really well in this episode, considering such a
What are you on
comparatively
about?
awful line of stories we had to plod our way through in order to get to this resolution. Her self-proclaimed title becomes at last a reality when there is nothing but me. Her memory is rather inconsistent,
Oh my
though,
God.
considering in the space of 800 years she barely remembered anything in The Woman Who Lived. Yet trillions of years later, she still remembers that day in London where the Doctor's best mate was murdered.
So then, wouldn't this whole conversation fall apart then for you? Or are you just going to ignore that then?
Into the outside when discussing what he was going to do to Clara to Maisie. Just whisper it to Maisie or move out of eyesight and earshot from the TARDIS man. Maisie does bring up a good question.
And he likes this episode when he's pointing out so many things that are also wrong with the episode that we haven't even said.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that whole scene where he's looking at her on like the secret security camera thing.
That is, I don't understand how he could actually like this episode. He's hardly even talked about the details. He just said, "Oh, that's good. That's good. Oh, that's clever." That's bad. This is also bad, but this is great.
Question about the Doctor's parentage, though. We know so little about his parents that it's entirely feasible he might not be entirely Time Lord. Missy is also brought up amidst this discussion, and I'd really like to know why.
Oh yeah, let's ruin the Master as well.
Are they saving her for Christmas? I mean, that would be great too.
Oh
but
God!
Still, I just fucking love Missy, and it's a
What
shame.
if they had Missy in a Christmas special?
Look, Ark, it's Santa. I'm gonna jiggle his bells.
Oh dear.
Something like that.
The only episode she was given were the first two. The Doctor then comes back to the TARDIS with intentions of wiping Clara's memory, and as they share some lovely dialogue, the music brings a lot of emotion to the scene once again, building up to the moments where the Doctor's memory begins to recede. But it was at this point where the Doctor started tripping balls that I suddenly realised this segment was about him, in that he would be losing the memory of her instead. This twist was so excellently executed, and his speech was just brilliant to listen
It's
to,
not
especially the parts
a
about
clever twist because you can tell that's going to be the case from when he explains what the neuroblock is to like Dinah Clara.
Yep.
Because we know that he can erase people's memories, but the only reason that exists is because we need the Doctor to lose his memory, so it's not clever. It's very predictable.
And when it happens, it's stupid and pointless and doesn't lead to anything.
It makes the last
and trying to say that Series 10 Episode 1 is a reason for its existence is a massive plot hole, and it's all pointless again because of fucking Twice Upon a Time where the Doctor just remembers her.
Yeah.
So that was pointless as well. I'm just quoting Adam right now.
Yeah, that was like... yeah, it's really bad.
About cowardice and not eating pears because they're too squishy and making your chin wet. That was rather funny. I didn't shed any tears at this point, but I was very
Funny.
happy sad, which is a word I just made up to describe that I was feeling sad and happy at the same time. The Doctor's memories get erased and
You
he
could
wakes
just
up
say that
when
you were
the
happy and
episode
sad at
began.
the same
I don't
time.
quite know where his guitar just magically appears from, considering the TARDIS doesn't appear until after a Shielder's TARDIS disappears.
I
or
don't know
he
how the
drove
TARDIS
to the diner
magically
when he
appears
doesn't
either.
have any money for that car that he's driving in at the beginning of the episode that clearly isn't his. The Doctor rounds...
Oh, wow. I've never noticed that the
Wait,
two...
what? I didn't see that either.
To the diner when he doesn't have any money for that car that he's driving in at the beginning of the episode that clearly is...
Oh my god, they're two different cars.
Holy shit.
Where did that car come from?
Oh my god.
I thought the guy was just dropping him off. Oh my god. This episode is terrible.
We've discovered another problem with Hellbent. Another one after all these years.
Like, did he steal that car? Did he have money for the car? What the fuck?
I've been talking with Adam about Hellbent since fucking 2016, and it's still discovering problems.
You need to send him a screenshot of that. Send him a screenshot of that.
I'm absolutely taking a photo of this and sending it to him. Holy shit, that is insane. Where the
So in this stream, in this episode of EDAR, we've discovered two new plot holes. The Matt Smith plot hole, and then we've got this plot hole. Wow. This is... Wow. I can't believe people think this episode's good. It's actually more baffling now.
Oh my god. Oh, he's seen the message. Hopefully he replies.
That's amazing. Oh my god, I can't believe it's two different cars! It's two different cars! Where did it come from?
Oh, this is like a genuine like EFAT tier discovery right now. Oh,
Matt Smith walks out of the toilet, which is actually just the TARDIS, but it doesn't make sense, and now there's another fucking car.
Oh my god. Oh, Adam's not replying, I don't think. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. The car is a hybrid! Oh no, that was it all along. It was the fucking car was the hybrid.
These defenses make us fucking hate this episode even more because they point out even more problems even when they're fucking defending it.
What the fuck? I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Oh.
I love that so much.
Oh my god.
The car regenerated. It's like Matt Smith to Capaldi. That's what it is.
Oh. Fucking hell.
Oh my god, they couldn't even get the fucking cars right.
Oh my god.
Like, don't they say in the scene with with Capaldi and the guy that he's like dropping him off? Isn't that what he says or something? If that's the case, then fucking oh my god, I can't believe that. I cannot believe that.
Must have been a reshoot.
It must have been, and they couldn't get the car. Oh my god.
So they got another orange car.
No, but that one's red. That was red.
Isn't his. The Doctor rounds up his conversation as Clara tries to hold back the tears, and I really appreciate that we finally see Capaldi actually playing the guitar instead of poor cuts away from him and moments.
Oh fuck! I didn't realise it's got the Statue of Liberty on it.
What the fuck?
Fucking Weeping Angel Statue of Liberty. Have you not forgotten that? That's still loose. It's just hanging around.
Yeah, it's not even close to the same car. One's a car, one's a truck, one's orange, one's red.
And one wasn't there.
God.
Yeah, a shield is TARDIS, then impressive.
The Doctor shot the car as well.
Impressively. It's very impressive how the TARDIS goes away.
Also, do you like how the TARDIS has 2 doors?
Yeah, that's so dumb.
Unfortunately, this event involving Clara and the Shield travelling through space and time means they could probably show up as an invincible duo in the future of the series, which could get really shit considering the frequency of Maisie Williams' appearance in this series, and with Clara to be guaranteed with her. Or they might never be on Doctor Who again, that's fine too. I did find the diner spinning around in space rather amusing too though, so whoever animated that,
shit.
good job.
No, it's shit! No one likes that! No one likes the fucking CGI diner.
I think he's saying that it made him laugh because it looks terrible.
Oh, God.
And that it looks really silly.
The Doctor then opens the TARDIS door, and I don't quite understand why time has suddenly shifted to the evening, considering the harsh, near horizontal light rays that are shining in through the TARDIS door, nearly blinding everyone for a nonsensical but aesthetically pleasing effect. The TARDIS boots up, the Doctor gets dressed, and the
well, that happens when you go into like something that's really big that is completely dark, and you get light coming from the outside.
What the hell?
Like
hang on. Are we defending Hellbent?
No, I'm just saying that's how light works.
We're defending an element of Hellbent.
Well, it's not even an element of Hellbent, it's an element of the fucking world we live in.
Okay.
But that is absolutely realistic.
You know what was also an element of the world we live in? Is cars.
Yeah. They regenerate as well.
The best part of this episode came right here, when the blue sonic screwdriver...
This is the best part of the entire episode. When the Doctor gets his toy screwdriver.
Flew into his hand. I've been on and off about the sonic sunglasses for a while now, but I can definitely say that after this evening's episode, I will not want them to see the light of day again. I mean, this screwdriver looks so fucking...
Don't they come back in the Monk trilogy?
Yeah, because he goes blind.
Yep. Yep.
Cool, and I've missed it. The Doctor then pulls a lever and Capaldi's music starts playing. I felt so bloody satisfied with the episode by this point.
So satisfied!
Look, they even used a GoPro shot effectively too. Nice job, guys. Let's try and get more of this good stuff into Series 10, yeah?
What good stuff?
Did it suck?
Yes!
Jesus, I haven't had this much fun in a Doctor Who episode in a long time. I give this episode a 9 out of 10, as there was so much greatness that simply restored my faith in the show a little bit more. Great performances, music,
You're restoring faith into the show!
Sonic fucking screwdriver.
You just pointed out there was 2 different fucking cars!
The only gripes I have are with the...
What's not to like, guys? There's so much to like!
Oh my god.
God, this video is fucking terrible.
Oh.
Few plot holes and minor irritations I had.
A few. There's just a
plot holes.
A few plot holes. There's a few. There's a couple of plot holes. You know, the fact that the car changed.
This guy's
Not the fact that the dog.
Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah.
But this episode is certainly one of the greats. But now this series...
Why is it one of the greats?
It's so good.
is over, what am I going to do? Well, I've started work on
Make a better video would be my first thing to do.
a Star Wars review that will be out soon. I'll be reviewing the
Oh, I wouldn't want to watch that. You'd probably give it like a 7.
Christmas Doctor Who
You're like, it's
episode,
too
and I'll be reviewing
old.
the new Sherlock when it comes out on New Year's Day. Beyond that, I'm going to review the rest of Harry Potter as well.
Oh,
as
that's
some
right,
of
he
the
did,
older
Harry Potter.
episodes of Who from the revival, because it's only fair that I rip apart some of those ones to shreds too. I
Don't
won't be
rip apart
reviewing
Series
all of
1,
them,
you
but
fool.
Stick around to see what I have to say on
did,
some
though, I
of those
think.
after the new
I know.
year. One final thing I want to share with you guys is this fantastic comment I received the other day from a guy named Here's Yo Smoothie.
E-car, every
Read it.
car a
So I've
generation.
reached a conclusion. I think you had a twin in the room whom you absorbed. I'm assuming like an absorber-off, that would be hilarious. But a little bit of his brain is still alive in your head, and your subconscious knows he's there, but you're never alone when you watch Doctor Who. I am never alone when I watch Doctor Who, though. I kind of watch it with some of the people I live with. But anyway, that's why you're so critical.
And they didn't point out how terrible Hellbent was to you? No, they didn't even... You... fucking fuck.
Critical of it now, it all makes sense. Well, thank you for sharing your philosophy with us all, and I want to thank all of my subscribers for sticking around and watching my videos this year. Thank you to everyone who promoted me via word of mouth or promoting me in your own videos. I didn't quite expect
Yeah, well,
to be
I mean,
getting
technically we are
1,000-ish
promoting you,
views per
but
video,
ugh.
and you guys have really
But it's like your
told
worst
that's
video.
reality. Don't forget to check out my other videos if you want more critical views of other things or
Jesus
other creations of mine.
Christ.
I'm gonna move closer to the microphone because then the sound will pick up easier. Weirdest outtake of 2015. The version the Doctor is seen playing sounds more like a tribute to the two's adventures together. Fuck's sake. No, you bastards. After several visits from the several... But our director, Rachel Talele, Talele? What?
Apparently
Who
his
said
Series
that? But
11
our
reviews are
director,
horrid as well.
Rachel Talele... I've done it again.
I give my super awesome girlfriend a 10 out of 10.
Let's look at the comments.
It's so much better than Doctor Who.
I only just woke up. What did I miss out? You just missed out 4 hours of pure quality Hellbent content.
Let's look at the comments of this video, right? First one. Heather sent 4 out of 10. Hellbent 9 out of 10. No, Harry, it's the other way around.
Oh, that's generous.
He hates 7 Cent but loves Hellbent. 4 question marks? Dude, I have no idea how you could have liked this. I think me and everyone else watched a different episode. I generally think that was absolutely awful. Gallifrey was used as a plot device and didn't matter in any way in the slightest. It was literally used to bring Clara back. Her departure and death were reversed, which we all saw coming. Yeah, it was very... But then I didn't think Gallifrey would be made absolutely pointless like it was here. How do they get back to Gallifrey? Is it just open for business now? I guess it really doesn't matter, like Capaldi said. I cannot understand how the timers were in the war because they were absolutely useless. Russell literally invented time travel, and then we've seen before when he was Timothy Dalton that he could successfully kill Time Lords with his lightning death glove.
Oh yeah, so if you put fucking you put like context of Classic Who into this and the books and Big Finish, Hellbent gets even worse. Like it gets worse because ruins the war games, ruins Longbarrow, ruins everything.
That was a terrible video.
Yep. Of a terrible episode.
This Hellbent themed episode? Yes, it basically is.
Fucking trash. Ugh. Pure quality Hellbent content, that's a paradox. Oh dear. What a mess. What an absolute mess. Ugh. How are you feeling, Callum, after that?
I feel educated.
I feel like your video was better.
Oh, a little bit. Because, you know, I didn't skip over parts.
Yes. Well, I have something to make us feel a bit better, if you want.
Yes.
And that is a video that we probably won't pause through, but we shall watch through.
Okay.
Is one that I have seen on YouTube a lot, and I think it's one that will make us feel much better.
A bit better.
Yes. And that is every cliffhanger from series 1 to 10.
Ooh.
And I'm a little bit worried about copyright, but because of that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to slightly zoom in. I think that might help a bit, because sometimes zooming in can actually stop the video from being copyrighted, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I don't know if I... Yeah, okay, I'll just have to... Oh, hang on, OBS is being a little bit of a bitch. Right, let's go there, and then let's go there. So hopefully zooming in a little bit might fix some of the copyright issues with it. But yeah, what this is a compilation that someone made after Series 10 of every single cliffhanger. And I love this video, especially the Davy section, because it gets me so hyped and reminds me of like how great Doctor Who cliffhangers can be. I think this, one of the purposes of this video will be like showing why Chris Chibnall needs to make more two-parters as well. Because he had one cliffhanger in Series 11 that was after the women who fell to Earth, and that was actually really good. And he needs more of them. Yeah, but I really like this video, and I think we need it after watching all that Hellbent content, don't you think?
Yes.
Yes. So are we all ready to witness this?
Yes.
Alright, I will hit play. So...
By the way, did I mention it also travels in time?
And that leads into Father's Day.
Thanks.
Thanks for what?
Exactly.
Ooh.
Oh. Burn, bitch.
Poor Mickey.
Yeah. That one's just pure nostalgia. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Thank you for the ID cards.
Thank you all for wearing your ID cards. They'll help to identify the bodies.
Oh, it doesn't get better than that. It doesn't get better than that. You're on 56, 57, 58, right?
I'm on 1 minute now.
Yep. Cool.
Oh, it's a good one.
Here we go.
Mickey kind of deserved better than that, to be fair. Yeah, I agree.
That's part of the drama.
He was kidnapped.
It's all
yeah,
part
he
of
was
the drama.
kidnapped for most of the episode.
It's all part of the drama, though.
Don't let him touch you.
But this cliffhanger.
You're looking at it.
Are you my mummy? See? Your sister.
Your sister.
Dead Jamie.
You're dead!
Fuck, it's so frightening.
I like the effects on the eyes that they've done as well. That makes it look very hollow. I've never noticed that. Mommy! Oh!
Oh.
This is fucking great.
I said no.
It's like Eccleston's best scene outside of Dalek.
No. Because this is
Well, actually, no, maybe.
Oh, okay. Imagine Muir said no. I said he deserved that. He was a shit boyfriend to Rose.
Oh, right. Okay. Oh, I'm getting tingles.
And doesn't that scare you to death? Rose?
Yes, Doctor?
I'll never forget how Jake felt when he watched this episode. It was at like 1 in the morning and we were completely engaged.
Exterminate!
So fucking good!
It's such good shit!
This one is so good!
Before I go,
don't say that.
Rose,
Oh.
Oh man, I fucking love this scene, man.
I just want to tell you you were fantastic.
Oh, man, I'm actually getting emotional now.
And you know what? So was I.
Oh, that smile.
God, he's such a good doctor, honestly. He's so fucking good.
Oh, Christopher
Like, he's
Eccleston.
probably in my top 3, honestly.
He's great.
After his last couple years looking through Series 1.
Beautiful. Oh, here we go. Hello.
There we go, there's the best doctor, though.
Hello. Hello. New teeth.
God, babyface David Tennant Doctor is very odd to look at now.
Oh, it's Barty Crouch, but gelled.
Yeah.
I propose
An institute!
an institute to investigate these strange happenings and to fight them.
I would call it Torchwood.
Oh, Murray Gold. Murray Gold.
Beware! Because Torchwood will be waiting.
Oh,
that's good. That's one. Oh, this is a good one. This is pretty good.
Oh, look how
hot take. I actually like the delete catchphrase.
Oh yeah.
Hot take.
Look at how cold it is. The direction. It's fucking.
Oh yeah,
great.
I love it. The color grading is so good as well. Maximum deletion.
Delete, delete, delete.
Great cliffhanger. Oh, this one's. Oh, you're like literally. This is the next episode Jake's gonna watch, and this is such a fucking good cliffhanger.
I know. The idiot's lands and kills him.
Yeah, I know.
The pit is open.
To be fair though, this is like a great episode to come back.
I'm free.
That's a great. For as long as we waited, that would be a great episode to come back to.
Oh.
So it's actually perfectly fitted. This is a pretty good cliffhanger.
Yeah.
The music.
Storm's approaching.
But then this cliffhanger, the next one. Oh boy! Oh boy!
Man, Russell T Davies' cliffhangers are fucking great.
It's a victory.
Series 2 has a lot of good cliffhangers.
Oh yeah.
I know what's in there, and I'm ready for them. I got just the thing.
Yeah, babe, I got a gun. Watch me run. Rose.
Look at the difference between episode 1 to now with Mickey.
Yeah. With a whole story arc just in the cliffhangers.
My name's Mickey. Mickey Smith.
Defending the Earth.
Defending the Earth.
But I don't understand. The Cybermen don't have the technology to build a void ship. That's way beyond you. How did you create that sphere?
The sphere is not ours.
What?
The sphere broke down the barriers between worlds.
Ooh, ah, ooh, eh, ooh, ah, ooh, eh, ooh, ah. Then what's inside it?
Rose is down there.
That's not Cybermen.
That's not Cyberman.
Location Earth. Life forms detected. Exterminate.
Great cliffhanger.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Ah, this one's great too. I love the piece of music that's playing now. Is like I love how it's used in this episode.
That was annoying because it interrupted like our massive constant stream, of like excitement.
Where am I? What? What the hell is this place?
Oh, this one freaks me
very
out.
good.
This one freaks me out. I'm just gonna pause there. 1, 2, 3, go. Howdy ho ho, howdy ho ho, howdy howdy ho ho. Ugh. Could it possibly get more like grotesque than this?
Yeah, it's like very disgusting.
What is it?
Yeah,
I'm gonna pause there. 1, 2, 3.
look at that disgusting creature.
Yeah. Here we go.
I am a human Dalek. I am your future.
Oh, that's pretty funny. I always forget about these little cliffhangers.
Yeah, I forget that this one's a cliffhanger.
It's not safe.
And yeah, nearly dies in the next episode.
Yep.
Oh yeah, 42's cliffhanger.
Yeah.
The only good part about that episode. Actually, no, there's two other things.
The Beatles jokes are funny. Well, they're a little bit funny. I like this bit of dialogue though. It's good.
That's all? For now. Have you voted? Of course. Just don't expect me to tell you who for.
I really like that bit of dialogue. It's got so much subtext.
What you're doing, Mrs. Jones. Mr. Saxon will be very grateful.
Oh.
Hang on, gotta pause it. I don't want to have to interrupt this one.
There might have to be a lot of pausing. Because this one's quite a long one.
Have you enjoyed it? Being human? Has it taught you wonderful things?
Has it made you richer, wiser?
Then let's see you answer this.
What's so great about his performance is that he feels so like the way he's like so still, and he like is like he's only using his facial expressions.
He's in Game of Thrones as well, and he's fucking great in it. He's great in it.
Which one of them do you want us
It's like his body language is so great.
Ironically, he's related to Charles Dickens.
Your friend,
Ah.
Your choice.
Great.
Beautiful. Oh, hang on.
like
Gotta
Sophie's
pause.
choice.
Gotta pause here.
Yeah. Get everyone.
Oh, great. This honestly might be my favorite. Or actually, it's not, but it's one of my favorites ever. It's so fucking good.
I don't think.
This won't be the last Master Johnson cliffhanger.
This stink.
Use my name.
Master. I'm sorry. Chuff!
Pause.
His face. His face when he did that is so great.
Oh, this cliffhanger is beautiful. It's so good. Oh, Tennant! David Tennant! His face at the end of this is phenomenal. Hang on, I'm just going to pause for a second. Right.
How did some people not like him? I have no idea. Too silly.
Just watch this. Everything you need to know about the story on his face. Right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then we get another one because it's a 3-parter.
The chocolate thing that's like Earth. Jesus.
And then she says, I'm coming back.
I'm coming back.
Yeah.
So it came to pass that the human race fell. The earth was no more.
2 episodes in a row where Tennant's made the same face, except one's now older.
It's weird because like they reverse because in the previous episode the master was old. Good. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's great.
Oh, here we go.
The cliffhanger to your least favourite Christmas episode.
It's not my least favourite Christmas episode.
Oh, I thought you put it bottom when you
it's better
did the
than
ranking.
No, bottom of Davies, but not bottom.
Ah, right.
It's better than fucking Doctor Win on the Wardrobe in Last Christmas.
Oh yeah, definitely.
What?
Yeah. Oh yeah. So we got.
Oh, I love this one.
So we got a comment from Asmat. Apparently, Seska says hates this story because her husband's like a soldier.
Yeah.
In the army.
And the Doctor makes a point that people like that are like guns thing. He's like he sees people as the enemy, normally carrying a gun.
Oh, Series 4 is great.
Yep.
Santa! Doctor!
Oh, I love that shot. I love that shot.
Yeah,
Look at that.
so
That's so
good.
fucking cool.
Yeah, it is.
What a great shot. to end
Tenants,
the
I
episode.
need to save the world, but this shit is breaking my ass face is great.
Yeah. It's like complex. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what to do. Face, yeah. Like she has worst fear hair than Sontaran strategy.
Yeah, she has Sontaran strategy and below Idiot's Lantern.
Yeah, what a dumbass.
I don't know.
I remember her.
Oh, he's wearing the blue suit as well.
Oh yes.
Take me home right now!
Doesn't he wear the blue suit during the episode? Or is it
Oh,
just...
now this is my favorite version of the 10th Doctor's costume. This story.
Oh yeah. That's pretty iconic. And Midnight as well.
But this one with like the black shirt.
Oh yeah.
Wow, when River Song was an actual good character.
How's that possible?
I mean, she wasn't just a sex-driven companion.
Ironically, when Tennant was around, she wasn't sex-driven. What's wrong with this picture? Hey, who turned off the lights?
Oh, man, this episode's so good.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful, and it's written by Moffat, who also wrote Hellbent.
Oh my god.
Although, I have to say, it's not like an actual problem I have. I do find the fact that in all his stories he has one phrase repeated over and over a little bit annoying. He has it in Empty Child as well, and sometimes it just gets a bit much when you watch both episodes back to back. Like fucking, hey, who's on the lights? Hey, who's on the lights? Hey, who's on the lights? And like, are you my mummy? Are you my mummy?
Yeah,
Like,
we do not have the parts,
well, that one's not used as much though.
but they do repeat it.
Yeah, he does have a thing for that. Blink doesn't have it though, which is why it's probably his best one.
Because they don't talk. So yeah.
But it's a good meme though. Hey, you turn on the lights.
It's a great use of it.
Yeah. This is peak.
River Song was at best with 10 and yeah.
This is peak Doctor Who right here.
RTD cliffhangers were brilliant. Yeah, like every single cliffhanger is great.
Yeah. Beautiful.
And the theme is used so well with it.
Oh, this is Adam's favorite cliffhanger in the whole show.
Yeah, because it's great. Fucking Tennant, great.
Bad wolf.
Bad wolf. What does it mean?
Oh, I'll never forget where I was as a kid watching that. It was unbelievable seeing this cliffhanger. Because I just watched.
You wonder why Series 4 is my favourite series of Doctor Who.
I had just watched Series 1 right before this series aired. So it was like fresh in my mind. It's the end of the universe. And now we get to my favourite cliffhanger in all of Doctor Who.
Oh, such a good one.
Such good shit. Oh, rest in peace. Exterminate. And then they go into the Torchwood hub as well. Oh, this music. This music.
It's great.
So that's 7 seconds. Surely that's fine.
We'll see.
When he's dying, his body
I hate pausing this because it's so good.
repairs itself, it changes.
But you can't! Sorry, it's too late. Yeah. I'm regenerating. The entire world was like, what the fuck when they saw this. What a beautiful cliffhanger.
Wouldn't you consider What Was a Mars a cliffhanger?
This isn't What Was a Mars. This is End of Time Part 1.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying, that's why, because I'm saying it's like, it's not included.
Oh, shit. Well, considering that the next episode doesn't really follow up on it, no.
I still consider it a
It should have been a
because
cliffhanger.
all the Ood stuff.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, so I think that's a mistake not leaving it, putting it.
Oh, well.
Oh, this would be the... Oh, no, because the next one's also cliffhanger. Oh, I love that focus.
But then, what do we get after this, Callum?
Oh, I don't know.
So it came to pass. On Christmas Day, the human race would cease to exist. Like, we just watched videos about Rassilon. You can't get better than Timothy Dalton.
Even then, the Master had no concept of his greater role in events, for this was far more than humanity's end.
Oh, the music in this cliffhanger. It's
very good.
It's very good.
This day was the day that watched the whole
John Sim is at his best or at his worst, depending on your perspective.
This was the day the Time Lords returned. Fucking hell.
Look at that.
Look at that.
For Gallifrey.
For Gallifrey! For victory! For the end of time itself! Edge of my seat. Edge of my fucking seat. Are you ready for this, Callum?
Yeah.
I don't want to go.
Bye-bye. I'll remember exactly where I was when I watched this too. It was the start of this
as well.
start of this decade, actually. I was
Yeah.
at my dad's house on his couch, and I remember exactly where I was, and I remember like I stood stiff in my couch, like I couldn't move myself in this moment because I was so emotional. And yeah,
I remember I was in my parents' room upstairs. And I was laying on the bed, and I was crying my eyes out because my favourite Doctor was going. Like every so often, every couple of years, I like when I watch the episode. If I've ever watched all the episodes of his in a row, I remember every time I get to it, about to when Wilf is in the box when he has to save him. That's when I just start crying because like I just love it all. So good.
It's been almost 10 years since this.
Yep. Still the longest reigning New Who Doctor.
Yeah, it's crazy to think I was 12 when this came out, and now I'm 22.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Oh. Murray Gold. Just have to pause there. And then Matt Smith appears. Legs! I've still got legs! It's so weird seeing him in Tennant's suit.
Yeah, it's like really odd. It's like one of those.
He looks way better in 11th Hour when he doesn't have the jacket on.
Yeah, he looks odd in it. He's the one Doctor that looks really odd in the Incarnation suit prior.
Yeah. Whereas like David Tennant looks great
in
in Christopher Eccleston's jacket.
Capaldi looks great.
Oh, Jodie Whittaker looks fantastic in Capaldi's costume from Twice Upon a Time.
Yeah.
She looks better in that than she does in her actual costume.
Yeah.
What else is... Oh, yeah, and fucking... Colin Baker looks good in Peter Davison's costume as well. There's actually action figures of Tom Baker and John Pertwee's costume as well. Ooh, fingers. Lots of fingers. Maybe that's why he likes fish fingers. Hair. I'm a girl! So they're really trying to establish how young he is because he has a voice break.
Yeah.
I'm still not Ginger. Something else. Something.
I'm. Crashing. Fuck, this is actually a really long cliffhanger, I forgot.
Yeah.
I mean, it's his entire, like, post-regen scene. Ha ha! Woo woo woo! I've never been big on the whole Geronimo thing, honestly.
I like it. I think it's fine.
I don't. The thing is with Alan Z is it has actually like happened in Army of Ghosts. Like he thought of it and then he explained how he thought of it and then he thought of like what the meaning of it is. Whereas with Geronimo, it just says it and it's like, oh, okay. It's just a bit flat, you know.
It's like Jodie's like brilliant, but even then, that has a little bit more like meaning behind it.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is, I'm just going to do my little conclusion for this video here, and then we're going to keep going until the copyright hits us again. That's what I think we should do.
Okay.
Do you think that's a good idea?
Sure. Okay,
so, yeah. Day 18 has hit a copyright wall, ironically. Considering that's exactly what's happening right now. So hopefully I can upload that as soon as possible. It's a very big, important video. It's quite, it's one that I've put a lot of hard work into. So hopefully that'll be as soon as possible. But if it's not out in the time that you'd expect it, day 19 is scheduled. So look forward to day 19 when that comes out. So yeah, I'll give you all an update on what the whereabouts of day 18 is. Quite under a lot of stress at the moment because there's quite a few videos I haven't edited yet because of day 18. So I've got to really figure out my priorities, and if push comes to shove, I may need to shelf it for the new year, just because I need to get all the other episodes out, all the other videos out first. But we will get it at some point. We will get day 18. We'll get all of them. But yeah, just unfortunately, I need to figure out.
In a sec.
We just need to figure out the copyright behind it. But yeah, this has been a very fun live stream, and we're going to keep going until the copyright all hits us again. But if it does hit us again, then we'll have to stop it. But yeah, let's when Callum comes back, we shall continue into the Moffat era and see how many cliffhangers we can get through. So it'll be interesting to watch some of those. But I hope you've all enjoyed this episode of EDAR, because I have too, especially discussing Hellbent. That was great fun. And yeah, I think it's been great. I think I really do love these live streams. I think I may need to re-upload this entire thing in one package because obviously of the copyright problem. We'll get to that at some point. But yeah, I've really enjoyed this. Again, like, if you have any questions, I'll be willing to ask them just quickly now, whilst we wait for Callum to come back. Or just, another thing that I was thinking was like, if there's some topic you want us to cover in like a future EDAR, then you can make suggestions. I definitely take into account. I can't guarantee it, but I definitely think about it. Though we probably do have some stuff planned as well. Callum, are you back?
Yes.
Okay. So I've basically done my conclusion. We'll see you all next time for whether day 18 or 19, whatever's next. But yes, we shall continue these cliffhangers until we hit the copyright again. So you ready to go? You ready?
Yep.
Okay. Let's hope YouTube doesn't care as much about Moffat's era.
Oh yeah, there's like a cliffhanger in every episode of Series 5.
Well, not every episode, but there's a lot of them.
Yeah, with the cracks and stuff.
Watch someone defending the Series 6 arc. That's the suggestion for next EDAR.
Oh wow.
It's possible. Watch a reaction compilation of the big moments. Oh, I know what those are. I know exactly what those are. I don't know, maybe. Okay. Oh, fucking Moffat and his poetry. We all depend on the beast below.
Oh my god, what is that?
But I will say, I do like the vibe. It's very different from Davies, but it's very good in its own way. Like the whole, how it looks and feels. I may have some issues with the stories in Series 5, but the actual like vibe of it is phenomenal. It's so great. Like that, how it feels like almost a completely different TV show to the Russell T era. Yeah,
but in a good way.
But in a good way, in the sense that it has the whole, it feels otherworldly rather than domestic.
Yeah.
And it challenges Murray Gold to do more like... Oh, and also, did you notice it has the silence sound in that cliffhanger? Like when it shows the crack, it has the silence sound.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God, fucking victory of the Daleks.
You forgot, bro.
See, this is the silence sound.
Yeah.
It's going to play as soon as I hit the play button.
Yeah, I hear that, yeah.
Oh, this one. This is the one that was interrupted by Graham.
You know what I hated about the Moffat era cliffhangers? They all... Sometimes, I think it was after series... The fucking, like, boom next time thing. No, like...
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It was too mainstream.
Yep.
This one was the one that was interrupted by Graham Norton.
Yep. Always.
This one has a Game of Thrones actor in it as well. There he is.
Yeah, faith.
My queen, my Khaleesi.
Give me your gun.
Just want to say, Karen Gillan looking very nice in this one. This was the first one they shot, so this is them at their youngest. Matt's hair is specifically... Oh shit! Have I just scrolled all the way back to series 1? Oh well.
I know you don't like Smith, but come on.
Alright, hang on. Oh no. This is funny. Okay, here we go. I think we're back at it. You're at 2017, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. We have Faith Khaleesi. He's a fucking good actor. Yeah, so Matt Smith's got really long hair because this is the first one he filmed. And then they like cut that emo hair now. John Boyega? Yeah, this one.
Ask again. You mentioned a mistake with me. Oh, big mistake. Really huge. Didn't any...
Best Smith is long-haired Smith. That's when he was at his best.
Yeah, the longer the hair, the better he is.
Yeah,
the only exception is Day of the Doctor because it's really short, but he's really good in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's one thing you never ever put in a trap. And what would that be, sir?
Me.
Great line.
Oh no, Chris Chibnall cliffhanger.
Oh, this one was shit.
Yeah,
this actually might be the first shit cliffhanger.
Yeah. Because
like,
none of the Davies ones were shit, were they? They were all fine.
No.
Like,
they're all good.
Like even the fucking filler, like 42 and Lazarus ones were good. They had good dialogue.
Yeah, I like those.
Yeah, but this one's like the first shit one. And this is a Chibnall, of course.
I wonder what his cliffhanger's gonna. He's had one good cliffhanger, which was the woman who fell to Earth.
Yeah, it was actually pretty good. This is so lame. It's just like, oh, there's Silurians.
Oh look, cities.
Though I do like Murray Gold's little da-da-da-da.
Yeah, that's a very Series 5 thing.
This woman, this female character felt so out of place in this story.
Yeah.
She's so weird.
Maybe.
You can tell Smith's just had a haircut too. It looks really shabby.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a cliffhanger. Like fucking, you go to the Davies era, and it's like, I'm regenerating, and now it's like,
Oh, see. Maybe a whole civilization.
Oh, yeah, then there was one.
Yeah, that was awful.
Then there was one for Cold Blood.
This one's much better.
Yeah, but it's at the end of the story, and it's done by Moffat, not Chibnall.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the fucking Silurians speaking over it narratively. Sorry, as a narrator, I mean. It's so weird. It's never explained.
It doesn't need it. It's not needed. That woman is in Broadchurch season 2. Yeah, I think she.
I love this look on Smith's face.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Oh fuck, he's so skinny. Look at him. He's like bone skinny.
Mm. Yeah, he is. You can see his cheekbones there.
Oh, here we go. Pause right on the.
This is a really good one. Oh, mine is just Smith. Wait, what?
What?
What time are you at right now?
Oh, I'm on 2022. Sorry,
I'm
22.
on 2020.
Oh,
I'm 2220.
2222 is what I'm on.
2218.
2222.
Is that what you want?
Yes.
Oh god. Okay.
Okay,
2213.
Yeah. Okay, we're good now.
Okay. There.
And then we get
I'm sorry,
Marigold's
my
score.
love. What a great score.
Yeah, it's good, eh?
God. Why is River's dialogue always so odd?
Chibba has a weird obsession with narration.
He does, actually. Not as obsessive as Batwoman is.
Oh, God.
Previously on Batwoman.
This is like I like this.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
No hope at all.
Oh, yeah, no hope at all, yeah.
Yeah, it's like deranged with like any sort of like life or energy. I actually quite like it.
I remember where I was when I saw this cliffhanger as well.
Hmm.
This was one of the ones
I
that
don't-
me and my dad watched with no lights on. It was like very atmospheric.
Oh. Yeah, it was very dark episode.
Actually, no, we watched... That was funny. We watched a lot of the Matt Smith era with no lights on. Like, that was just something we did.
Hmm. I like how all the sound just cuts out.
Yeah, it's good, eh? Almost like it loses its life.
Yeah, very good detail.
Alright, Series 6. I don't particularly like this cliffhanger at all. It just...
I shoot someone!
It just doesn't make sense. It's like... And then in Day of the Moon, it just... Everything changes and it never explains this. Like, it's so weird.
Yeah.
I like that that checkered shirt she's wearing. Yeah,
Yeah, it's very cool. And then you see Matt Smith's got a haircut.
Yeah.
And that's where it all went downhill.
God, Moffat loves child actors, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Don't shoot while screaming. That's really bad.
It doesn't make sense.
I will say I like the quietness. Then the theme plays. That is a detail I do actually like.
Yeah, but like the story though, like what's going on?
Yeah.
Ah!
I don't. Yeah, I don't understand.
Oh, I like the homeless man from this scene though.
Well, yeah, Amy was trying to save the doctor. We know that.
I don't like this child actor, but I like this homeless man.
I'm dying, but I can fix that. I'm giving you all your expedition you need.
It's like it's made for children or something.
Yeah, the slow motion. The slow motion does ruin it, I would say, for that cliffhanger.
Yeah, but Americans loved it.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Wow. I like how she's laughing while she's like regenerating, even though most of the time it hurts.
Wow, the doctor's in Utah. Oh yeah, regeneration feels like dying, doesn't it?
Well, even then, like Eccleston, like he was hurting when he was in pain, and so was Smith.
And maybe when you're a kid, like it tickles or something.
It tickles.
It's like when kids have surgery and they have like that special medicine.
That's such a really awful effect. Look at that.
Yeah. And I don't like the way her arms are like bent. Oh fuck, I just realized what this is. This is the fucking rebel flesh.
Oh my god.
Wait for the cringy line.
Show yourself.
We can't get to the TARDIS. It's parked by a car that wasn't there. It's a hybrid. Anyway. It's a great flattering myth.
He really had added like a lisp to this, didn't he?
Mm.
Like,
I'm
on
made of
purpose.
flesh. Oh yuck! It's so horrible to look at.
Just me. I'm the doctor.
Oh, that smile. It's like a
God,
fucking.
That looks awful.
It's like a
That looks
fucking.
awful.
It looks like a fucking scrotum. It's horrible.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Ugh. It's just such a.
Kids aren't even supposed to regenerate anyway.
Oh, like I know I'm kind of being like contradictory because I like the fact that the human Dalek looks disgusting, but for me this is just not my kind of disgusting.
That's just like a bad effect though.
Yeah,
because it's CGI. It's a really bad effect.
Like the thing is, the human
Dalek was practical.
The human Dalek is like insane. Like it's literally a fucking Dalek with penises hanging off it with one eye. It's like
and it's also practical as well.
It's like a hentai Cyclops Dalek. It's insane, and it has a suit, and it sounds like Seth MacFarlane. Like it's like what the hell's going on? Whereas this is just like, it's just bad effect. You know what I mean? It's just really ugh.
Yeah.
We're coming for you, I swear.
This one's decent.
Oh yeah, this one's better than the other one, obviously. It doesn't really.
It's way better.
The context doesn't really make sense of like the flesh Amy not being more obvious, but in terms of like a plot twist, I suppose it's kind of cool. Like the actors make you believe it, you know.
Oh god.
Oh, the sound. Oh, I don't like this bit though. It's cringe.
You're ready to pop, aren't you?
This one's just too over dramatic for me.
You're ready to pop, aren't you? Little one's on its way.
Hang on, I gotta pause for longer than that, so the copyright doesn't get us.
Here it comes.
Oh my god. That's gross. Why the doctors?
Oh yeah. Right. Wait,
yeah,
you're on.
It just goes to next time on that part.
You're on 25:35, right?
34.
Okay, it's fine. It's just 1 second.
Oh great.
Just 1 second, and I sent you the TARDIS. I fucking hate the dialogue in this episode. It's so weird. It's like they're like, oh, guess the riddle. Guess the very obvious riddle that's gonna save me from you shooting me. Fucking
I like how the gun clicks whenever she just moves it.
Oh well.
I hate that thing like when you move the gun around in a TV show, it just reloads. It does a reload sound effect. It's really stupid.
Too overdramatic, likes John Sim.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a different kind of overdramatic. Like John Sim.
And the stream's down. Yeah, I think we need to just not, because it's just like.
Oh well.
Yeah.
What do you expect? John Sim is John Sim, no comparison. The more I watch it, the more the melody reveal gets suckier.
They hated that we went to the what Moffat considers his best twist or whatever.
Oh dear. Oh well, I suppose that's where we end it then.
Yeah.
What?
No, it's just like, oh, it just ends.
So I have to download all 3.
Yeah, and you'll probably just edit it, and whenever you can just probably just when you did your ending there, you could add the outro there probably.
Yeah, I think so.
Because I mean, it's like even though we said a little bit, it wasn't like it's not really worthwhile. It's like it's stuff we've already said.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Well, that was fun.
That was like what, 5 hours?
Not quite. It was 4 hours 53. Still haven't topped.
So...
We still haven't topped Game of Thrones season 8 yet.
Oh yeah, because the first one was 4 hours 9 minutes. Though the ending was probably taken off. So, oh yeah, because I think it's. Hold on, let's see how far it went.
Your stream is no longer being blocked. It's so weird how it does that, but then it says it's no longer being blocked. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I think I might just keep all the videos if they're public. and like put them in the playlist as like part 1, part 2, part 3?
Maybe. The stream. We start watching the videos at like 3 hours 49.
Oh shit! I think it's still streaming.
Actually, have you not turned it off?
Oh well, this is a good time to do the end bit, isn't it?
Oh, is it back on?
Yeah, it's back on. What the hell? It just automatically came back on, I think.
Yeah, it's back on actually.
That's weird.
So we could just say, yeah, because we stopped We stopped looking at the thing.
Oh well. But we won't continue the cliffhangers thing because I think it's just going to be a pain in the ass. We might continue at some point, but I don't know. It's just a weird one to work with. So yeah, that's the end of EDAR number 3, and we will see you next time either for day 18 or 19 of the calendar, depending on copyright issues. But we'll see you next time on the Advent calendar. Anything else you want to say, Callum?
Fuck Hellbent.
Yeah, fuck Hellbent. And that's the end. Oh, fucking hell, the end screen's like...